I try to,
to dip your hand in.
yeah, because as you know, so you need more avenues of, of earning.
You have been in the music industry for a while now, and obviously you come out from the crop of artists who are trying to turn things in the industry around to try and give it meaning. What has the journey been like for you so far?
It hasn't been an easy one. Nothing is really easy. Music is like any other business. You have losses, you have gains. You persist. Of course, there are successful stories. You wake up one day and you feel alive. Then the next day you're like, I wish I didn't start this. So, those moments when power goes off on stage when you're performing, you're like, oh my God. Then the next day you get a gig, you paid a lot of money. So there are success stories and non-success stories.
Basically, there are lows and highs.
Yeah, they are there. It has been a bumpy ride from way back to now. A lot has changed to support the arts. So many platforms, so many gigs now, so many connections. Then social media, which took over the sector. So many TV stations. So there's so many of everything now. So many artists. Yeah.
Okay. Which you guys didn't have when you were coming up?
Yeah, I mean I might not even take you way back. Just the early 2000s. There were a few stations, a few radio stations. Facebook wasn't there then. MySpace, because I got to know Facebook and MySpace around the mid 2000s. So you can see just close there. If you compare now and just early 2000s, there's a huge difference. Now so many things are done on phone. Your phone has everything, the email, the what.
Yes. It also has everyone.
Yeah, I rarely visit an internet cafe. So all that has changed. Like, the gadgets they have put, almost everything that, in our hands, At times you used to walk a distance, do something, now you do it, within, your place of comfort. So there is so much that has changed, of course for the good and the bad. So yeah.
Okay. Music as a business. Can an artist run music as a business?
It is, because there are many who are really getting paid. They have gigs every week, outside Uganda. Concerts sell. What you can say that is not selling right now, or just a few copies, are the physical CDs. Physical CDs, because people know they can get the music for free. Even if you lock it, people who create these websites are the same who create the apps. So CDs, yes, you can sell a few copies. You can make copies. For record keeping, you cannot keep a flash. So you need something that you can put in a shelf at home that is a CD. So some artists still make them, but there's not so much money you can really get, from physical copies. But downloads now, it's like anything now. Someone can download just one song, two songs, 3 songs. Concerts are still really doing well, even outside Uganda. For someone who buys a physical copy now, in this day and age, just know he really likes to support, and he likes to buy original content from the artist.
I am one of those people who really buy music from the artist.
From the artist. Yes. So anyone who buys a physical copy now in this day and age, just know he loves your music, he loves to support, he likes to buy original stuff.
I come from a background where content is quite key. Do we have content in our music in Uganda?
If you're doing an album, there will be, definitely there will be songs that are life-changing. Apart from just telling people to party, but trying to inspire them to make the best out of their lives. Yeah, so they are there because sometimes we hit by these situations, the life experiences, as I first said, or people around us, communities. So that music will always be there. There always be music that can make you laugh, can make you party, can make you drink more. music that can make you spend more.
Yes.
And then that music that will make you spend more, but wisely.
Yes.
Put something at home. Buy something for your wife. Make her look good. You can have fun, but sometimes mindful of the responsibilities ahead of you. So there'll always be everything, but it depends what you dig out. Okay. You as a listener, what do you want to listen to?
Long ago echanda mukaka wali olandiro digo bayitanga seeka yali mukwata mpola nyonga mukubanjeza enjuta kukaka. Yes, nali mpankisa uwe waka ngomwezi gugwako nga tukyaseka eyo ewamuze iseka nga tewetugambula okuba kubanja nze nemnanca twajja kyanca kanyama nga ketulya ku kyenca lwali lumu omu kubapangisa yasiwuka empisa olw'engeri gye yeeyisa yaduka ne sente z'obupangisa emyezi 2 teyakwatibwa kisasibwa kisa lwe lwasemba landirodi waffe otukwatibwa ekisa wowe.
Sylvester, how did you cross from just being a rapper to becoming a serious, clothing line and
It started in 2012, actually. I didn't know the direction. I was just printing T-shirts to push my music further.
Yes.
I had a day job and a few performances as an artist. So I wasn't looking for money, but I was like, instead of complaining about airplay, I mean, I think I can do something. So I was like, okay, let me make a few T-shirts and get song titles, print on them, post online, and
promote my music.
Just that.
Yes.
I didn't start with a business idea, and I never knew that it would really get this far. So even the first T-shirts I did were online. You take a picture, you post online, you give it to people. Then some people were like, "Oh wow, this is nice. How much? Some people bought, a few bought, So that really made me reconsider. I was like, okay, maybe if I produce more T-shirts, maybe it can be a business, because already people are interested, and I was just using Facebook, post pictures. So that really, ringed, a bell, In my mind, I was like, I need to sit down and see how far I should take this. So I started getting serious, printed more T-shirts, partnered with the first partnership I did was at Equatorial Mall, because I was moving all the time, doing workshops up country. And some people are like, you need to get a point where anytime, any day, people,
come and find it.
Find your stuff. Because I was on the road, always on the road. So I partnered with a friend of mine at Equatorial Mall, started putting T-shirts there, started advertising on Facebook, shop, this number, you have to go there. People they got used to it, started buying items there. Then from there I went to Kamu, then from Kamu Plaza to Mavidi's complex where I am now. Yeah.
Wow, well, thank you so much for being a part of the show. And thank you too for being a part of the show. This is Double XL, of course, with Sylvester Kabombo.
My name is Amberayo Hezta. I'm AIP by rank. I work with Uganda Police ICT, Department of IT and IM, specifically under Networks Administration. I learned that there is a lot that we need to do. And through the EMT and the Ugandan partner, I learned that there is a lot we need to discover from the company for the cyber solutions which we need at the Uganda Police, especially in the unit of tracking and cyber crime tracking and forensics. As the professional was explaining, the expert, I liked the component. Of late, there is some unit which has been modified of the electronic countermeasures, and to the Uganda Police, I will implore them to take up some of the solutions, basically to help the unit in tracking, especially in the cyber crime unit. So there is more of the cyber crimes that we need to track using your solutions, especially the method defender, the other solutions which the expert was explaining about, or all the solutions that we got through the presentation. We are good, and I really will advise the Uganda Police ICT to take it up for the unit. Being an ICT teams, we shall need to catch up very fast with these solutions so that the cyber criminals in the country, we can track them in a technical manner through the use of the technologies that we passed through here, which was a good measure, which I need to encourage my bosses to take it up very quickly on the management level. As for us, we come in the technical wing. I really see a reasonable direction towards curbing crimes through the solutions provided by the company, EMT, and the Ugandan experts. I must recommend that Ugandans need to be sensitized about cyber crimes. So together with the company, in partnership, Ugandans need to be sensitized about these cyber crimes. Someone may not be knowing how someone enters a network and does something malicious. But in this way of advocacy and the awareness creation to the people, it would be a very good venture. That is like making boot camps for people to know, and the EMT and the company take it up to sensitize the people. That would be my first recommendation. Number two, encouraging most of the government organizations to take up these solutions because they are good. They can help us track and identify the route and follow the criminal in the way of from the genesis of the entry up to the last point when the criminal finished his work, and we can be able to track everything. Likewise, if we went to, like the police, if we went to investigate in a company which has these solutions, it would be easy for us to follow up because the solution, we already use it and them, they are using it. So it can be easy for us to track and get the criminals at hand. My name is Amberayo Hezita. I'm AIP by rank. I work with Uganda Police ICT, Department of IT and IM, specifically under Networks Administration.
My name is Mir Hamid Ali. I am the business unit head at EMT Distribution. I'm here in Uganda as a part of EMT Roadshow 2022. EMT is a cybersecurity distributor which distributes cutting-edge technologies to help customers mitigate the cybersecurity threats across the globe. We are an international company with offices over 11 different countries with over 200 employees. So when I say value-added cybersecurity distributor, we are a focused distributor which offers cutting-edge technologies which helps customers in protecting or mitigating the never-ending cyber threats. So if you see today's world, it's everywhere, it's chaos that's happening because everything is online. So we are trying to go ahead and protect customers from the attacks that they cannot see. So that was the main purpose of me coming to this part of Africa and present them the technologies that we distribute. So because I feel that this is the right time, or this is the era where people are more welcoming for these kind of technologies. So today we represent solutions like OpsWord, Secure Envoy, and we have other technologies as well in our portfolio which could help customers in protecting them against the cyber threats. Why this part of the Africa is because I feel that this part of Africa, when you compare East Africa, is much more open to new technologies. You see, you have financial hubs, you have government entities which are actually want to adopt new technologies. That's where we think that, okay, this is the right time where we could present them solutions which is great and which is going to help them in securing themselves. So particularly Uganda, because I have seen governments, releasing mandates, for example, from central banks, that they need to have certain security policies in place to run the operations smoothly so that their infrastructures are secure. So these kind of mandates, these kind of laws that's been released by the governments, which is helping the organizations to have these kind of policies in place. So that's one of the reasons that we came into East Africa, so that we could present them solutions, what we have in our portfolio. The guest that we had today was very interactive. That shows that the solution that we presented actually addresses the pain points that they're facing on a day-to-day basis, or they see that they might face in the future. So that was one of the key reasons that we thought that, okay, this offshore technology that we presented, so we tried to replicate and it worked. And I'm sure that's going to help the customers in a way where they would be protected with the new cyber threats. See, the future for cybersecurity is very bright, because cybersecurity is evolving on an hourly basis. It's not daily, it's hourly basis. We have solutions which caters to almost every segment of a cybersecurity framework, starting from endpoint to securing critical infrastructure. For today, as we have limited time, so we couldn't focus on the whole portfolio, so we pick and choose two technologies which we thought that, okay, this is the technologies which is going to help and the customers that we're trying to focus on. So moving forward, hopefully by next quarter, we would again come back with another two solutions where we present them to much more larger audience. And my name is Mir Hamid Ali. I am the business unit head at EMT Distribution. I'm here in Uganda as a part of EMT Roadshow 2022. EMT is a cybersecurity distributor which distributes cutting-edge technologies to help customers mitigate the cybersecurity threats across the globe. We are an international company with offices over 11 different countries with over 200 employees.
Three, two, one.
My name is Adrian Kamoga, Director Standard ICT, the current host of this particular session that we've just had. When it comes to cybersecurity, we have a lot of evolution each and every year, and that's why we come out as a company to introduce new solutions to our customers, and we believe that it is going to patch up a gap in their security portfolio. The interactions that we've had today, the attention that has been driven towards our presentations tells us that really these solutions were needed by these people. Sometimes when you have presentations and people are attentive, that means they are acquiring knowledge. And we believe that the attention that people have given, our customers have given to this presentation shows the need that they have in the organization. If you look at the evolution of the cyber world, you'll see that there's a lot of digitization. A lot of customers, for example, here today we had one of the customers who decided to move their email box from their on-premise and then pushed it to cloud. But they've realized that actually now cloud is not secure. So they are looking for a solution. They are looking for a solution that can help them secure their email box in the cloud where it is. So you see that as we are being driven by the technology growth, there's one key factor that people have not really focused on in Uganda, and that is security. Because at the end of the day, the excitement of technology is there, but then we have to focus on how secure people and environments are. For sure, according to the feedback we've got from the customers, it really defines the need that they have, which means that we're actually proposing the right solutions. And when it comes to the DLP and the identity and access management that we've also talked about, you'd see that people really want to know where their documents are actually flowing to. That is in the DLP section. And they also want to identify people actually accessing what and whatever resources that they have on their network. One of the key layers in security we have is compliance. So many of the people, of course, are a bit skeptical when it comes to technology advancements. For example, if there is a law, a particular law that has been passed that you need to comply with so that probably your system can talk to another system. So you find that because of compliance, people are going to be forced to move to new technologies, and then they also be forced to implement the security measures that are there to make them comfortable. Of course, one of the limitations we have is information. Cyber security is a bit complicated, and you see people already reluctant in terms of digitization. Now, how about cyber security? This is something that is a bit complicated, they don't understand. But well, for us, we are here, as a company, we are here to give information, and that's why we have had this workshop and similar workshops that we've had before. Is to provide consultancy, is to provide a one-stop center for whichever solution that you would want to have in order to have your environment secure, in order to give confidence. We have certain solutions, for example, that give cyber knowledge, that help companies build the human layer in terms of giving knowledge to staff. How do you identify a threat? How do you report it? Or how do you mitigate it? One of the key items I pointed out in my presentation was we focus on channel. And of course, when it comes to channel means partnership. We build partnership. For example, now, EMT is one of our biggest partners when it comes to cybersecurity, which means that whichever products EMT has, we're able to introduce them to our customers. And that means the marriage that we already have between us and EMT defines the support level that we can give to our customers. Of course, in support, there's the couple of levels of support. Of course, you have the first level support, who is on the ground. Then you probably have the second level support, who is EMT as the distributor. Or you even go ahead and go and contact the manufacturer. So the fact that EMT has a good partnership, for example, with OPSWAT, that means that we already also have a good partnership with OPSWAT, and we are trying to build confidence to the customers. That's why today you had 3 companies presenting and dedicating themselves to provide a solution, a particular solution to those customers. The vendor was presenting, the master distributor was presenting, and me as the value-added reseller was presenting. Hi, my name is Adrian Kamoga. I'm the current director for Standard ICT. Today we've held a roadshow for EMT, and we've introduced a couple of solutions to our customers. And we believe this is the best event we've ever had this year.
Welcome to this week's program. Our speaker this week is Randy Stubbs from Arusha, Tanzania.
Back and looking where we are and maybe the future. So where we are, I can say we have done a great job and we are in a good position now. Very good, very good. As a center, I can say we are reliable to all the clients.
You can come here and do that through professional dancers, not just from one area, but from all over Tanzania, with our dancers and musicians that we have, with our workshops in drumming, dancing, cooking traditional foods. The Cultural Arts Center came out of ideas from the music department at Tumaini University Makumira in Arusha, Tanzania. Originally we were excited when we would have visitors come and they wanted to see a program, cultural program for part of a day, and our music students, we were happy to have the music students show some of the traditional things that they were working on. And that all worked out great for us. As we started to get more visitors, though, it started interfering with the academic studies. And so that's part of where the idea was born, that we should have a resident troupe that was just available to be able to do workshops and performances at any time and date. Most of the other ideas came from our Tanzanian colleagues as well, as far as the importance of working to preserve the cultural heritage of the songs and the dances, especially from the area where we're at with the Maasai, Meru, and Chaga people. The music department started in 2006 here at Tumaini University Makumira, and we had ideas for buildings and all kinds of things as early as 2007, but we weren't able to get very far with it. And so the grant opportunity through the European Development Fund, the grant opportunity from the European Development Fund was announced in 2012, and that really gave us the idea that we could put all of these things together. We could get the infrastructure that we needed in terms of a permanent space. We could put personnel in place, and we could get the project really going in a great way. And so that was the impetus that ended up creating the Cultural Arts Center, which we're now enjoying.
Hapo kale kulitokea Mungu pamoja na wanadamu, alishuka na kuongea kwa tabasamu nyingi na vicheko. Hapo kale kulitokea Mungu pamoja na wanadamu, alishuka na kuongea kwa tabasamu nyingi na vicheko. Dunia ilikuwa nzuri, hakuna matata. Dunia ilikuwa nzuri, hakuna matata. Dunia ilikuwa nzuri, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata. Hey, dunia, dunia ilikuwa nzuri, hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
The Cultural Arts Center has a lot of opportunities for artists, both local artists, regional artists, and international artists. One of our main goals is that we've created a space that provides opportunities for training, for creating, for working together, and for displaying in terms of performances or visual arts, artistic works. And we've worked already with a number of local artists people who are from the villages who know very well their local craft that they're doing. We've also brought in artists from other parts of East Africa and international artists. And we have opportunities in all kinds of different ways, both in traditional music. We've had Western ensembles from string quartets, wind quintets, solo piano, opera, chamber ensembles, choirs, all kinds of things in there. We welcome artists to contact us and to get opportunities. We have a beautiful performance space. We do workshops together with the music students and our professional dance group to try to create more new, fresh pieces and to learn from each other what we can do together.
We also have traditional houses. We got bomas for Warusha, Maasai and Meru. Again, this can be a guided tour.
Kupata hapa ni vingi zaidi, kwa sababu viko vya mchanganyiko viko vingi, kwa sababu sijui kama mtu mwingine ashaye kuiona ngoma labda akina Konde kutoka huko Arusha, wewe nenda kukuta labda hajaye kuona Lizombe anaisikia, lakini hapa kwetu unaipata Lizombe, unapata Wamandini kuna wasomi, kuna watu wa degree, kuna wana masters, wana PhD kwenye hizi ngoma zetu za kitamaduni. Kwa hiyo kwanza ajue kwamba kuna utamaduni wake, ni kazi afu ni utamaduni wa Mtanzania. Kwa hiyo lazima kijana kama kijana lazima ajue.
Tena kwa upande mwingine wa makabila tofauti, hakuna kitu kama hicho, ni utamaduni ule umeshakufa, lakini sisi hapa CAC tunatumia njia hii kuambia wananchi kwamba CAC inasaidia kukuza utamaduni. Sisi hapa tunakuza utamaduni wetu kwa kupitia sanaa.
Our main focus is when you tell us any tradition dance of any ethnic tribe here in Tanzania, we do it.
Tanzanian culture.
Tunapenda asili yetu, tumepoteza maarifa.
The thing that I'm really excited about is that we have these facilities in place, and that, as I said before, we love to work with other artists in creating things and working together to learn from each other. And I think we have beautiful spaces to make that happen. We have other infrastructure and personnel in place to be able to facilitate that, whether it's meals, whether it's instruments, whether it's technical production. that we're really ready to share that with the world and to have the world see what's happening here. Through COVID, we've also gotten into the virtual workshops and other virtual kinds of activities, and while we prefer people to come in person, it's also opened up those some real opportunities for us to be able to collaborate with others who have never been able to come to Tanzania, or maybe because of the pandemic they don't have that opportunity now. But we're ready to work with others, and we encourage people to work with us, and we're ready to show the world what's coming here from East Africa. Of the pandemic, we've had to explore some new ways to generate revenue, because most of our revenue was coming from tourist activities, which are sadly very small right now. And one of the new areas that we're excited about is that we've developed acoustic panels that we've been installing in various churches and studios and other locations that have excessive reverb or echo in the rooms. And we employ our dancers to help build those and also to install them. And so it's a way we've been a little bit creative in this challenging time to try and find ways for our artists to stay employed and to provide for their families, but also to do a service that's sorely needed, at least here in Tanzania.
Karibuni wote CAC muje kupata sanaa ya Kitanzania. Yenye utamu wake, yenye vivutio vingi. Wenyewe wasema venye udamu au unasema umbuji. Umbuji, sina semaga umbuji ni uzuri wa ile sanaa yenyewe.
Hakuna matata.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another edition of Doa Doa 2021, the virtual docu-series. As you've heard from our amazing speaker of this week, I would like now to introduce you to get to know the artist of the week. And in focus is Desire Tereka. Desire Tereka is one of Uganda's contemporary dancers, and he has been working very well with children with disabilities, which is one of his most standing out activations. So, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy Desire.
My full names are Tereka Kenneth Desire, son of the late Dr. Moses Byahanga, born in the 1985, and I've been dancing for some good time. I started dancing when I was still young, but right now more contemporary, and yeah, dance has been one of the elements that defines Desire. So when someone says Desire, they see a dancer, they see a choreographer. My dance journey started way back. My dad introduced me to it. It started way back when I was still young. They used to take me out like bands, we just danced, but it wasn't anything serious until in my mid-teens when I was a little bit confused. You know that moment when you're confused, you want to be a rapper, you want to be an actor, you want to be something. But then I found dance more comforting and more like this is where I was. And so I started to dance in my early teens. So I've been dancing for the last 15 years. And then professionally like 12 years. What motivates me to dance ideally is the idea to use my body to tell a story, to be able to change someone's life. Like when they look at my body or when they look at a piece, like they go back and say, that piece inspired me. Like I want to use my dance to evoke emotions, those deeper inner emotions that most times guys harbor inside of them, but when they see them reflected out of movement, then they go back and reflect on them. Working with the people with disabilities has been such a tremendous journey. In fact, what really motivated me was we're in a workshop, like a learning inclusive workshop, and then we had a meet, and there's this young girl who was involved in an accident and she lost her limbs and she got a deep cut. But for her, her vision was to become a model and to become a dancer. And so like when you're working and then she said, I wish I could be like you. So that motivated me. What is stopping you from being like me? So the investigation going deep back to their school, Kampala School for the Physically Handicapped, I met more members who had a yearning, like they wanted to be performers, but because of their different challenges, their disabilities, they couldn't partake on it. But because as also in an inclusive festival, which tells us that if you want to include everyone, as like, no, I won't work with only people who have these challenges, but let me look for the deaf, the blind, and and everyone, and also challenge myself as a creator, as a performer. So that is how I started to work with them, and it's been an awesome journey.
That take the thunder that is in my way. It is the best feeling.
The challenges that I face working with people with disabilities, one of them is the teaching methods are different. For example, if I'm working with people who are blind, I have to break down movement one by one, but it's more of articulating it. It's about feeling, so you have to do they have to touch and feel. And if you're working with people who are deaf, you have to listen to their music. You have to take it in so that you can give it to them and they feel it with the same way that you feel it. And also, so that challenge. Then the other challenge is space. Yeah, we don't, as me, I don't have my own space, so I rely on other people's spaces. Once those spaces are not there, then you won't have an opportunity to bring them in. And then also the financial aspect, because most of them have been taught they're given everything they're given. Even when you're giving an important skill that other people would pay for them, they would want you to give you, they would want them to get the skill, but at the same time to pay for them learning the skill. And lastly, most of them have been treated as failures, so they believe in themselves as failures. So even when you start up the journey, like if it's a new thing, like if you go to a new setting, those who haven't seen, until they see other people doing it within them, then they start to believe, oh, also I can do it. So those are some of the challenges. I like to collaborate with? Let me see. I think I'm open to collaborations. I'm open to any collaboration as a performer or as a contemporary dancer. As long as the opportunities there, I'm not so much into this one, as long as that opportunity is there. But I like people who do deep art. Yeah. I think for me, every venue is important. We have performed in markets, we have performed on the streets, we even performed in offices. So I look at every space as important, and yeah, every space is important. Internationally, I haven't traveled a lot, unfortunately. I think the only times I've traveled, I've been to a few countries within East Africa, and maybe most recent but hasn't as a performer, as more like a teacher, as more like a choreographer. So I haven't had a lot of opportunities to express myself internationally, apart from those few spaces I've had in Kenya and in Rwanda. Locally, there are some, those who do urban contemporary music. I think I would collaborate with almost every one of them. The Sandra Nakomas, the Maurice Kirias, those who do urban contemporary. But internationally, I'm a fan of Nas. I like his music, and I think I could do a very tight creation on some of his tracks. Where is the future? How is the future like for me? Yeah, the future is great, I would think. These past months, these COVID months, let me call them COVID months, have actually been more of a reflection to me, like creating. I haven't been creating like physically, but mentally I've been creating. So I have a lot of work that is created within my mind and now on paper, and so I think the future is even going to be better, because the works that are coming are going to be extremely very different. They are going to be very, very tighter than what I've been working before, because now I have a broader vision and a broader perspective of movement and dance in itself, and of also telling stories. Where can you find my music, my works? Basically, on the internet. Well, I haven't been publishing a lot, but these months have taught us, if there's anything we have learned out, is now this is one of the things. So you'll find my works more on YouTube. You can check out the YouTube channel, Utah Convicts. Facebook, you can check out Unseen Dreams, Inclusive Dance Arts Festival. That's where the work of all the some of the kids that I've worked with disability is. But then also we're also working on broadening our visibility. So just look out for it anytime soon.
Thank you so much for joining this week's show, Doa Doa 2021. I hope you had some fun and got some inspiration. If you have any comment, please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and leave your comment, or our Facebook page, Twitter or Instagram. We'll definitely get back to you. We are very grateful, and until next week, I remain your host, Faizo Kiwewa from Bayimba and the Doa Doa team. Keep it Doa Doa 2021.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation, because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand. Yes. Remember Prince? Yes. Prince
I have the pleasure to present to you
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
name is Kyakuhaire Justin. I am a farmer. I stay in Katamara village. This village is Katamara, and Katamara is found in Chigumba 1 parish under Chigumba sub-county. And Chigumba sub-county is in Kirandongo district, which is in Kibanda South constituency. So Kirandongo district is in Uganda. The first time I interacted with the briquettes was when Mandulis, a member from Mandulis, came to train us about it. So we were like looking at something like bread. How can you convince me that this thing is good and it can cook when I was born using firewood? Then you come up with briquettes. Everybody was wondering. Now, out of training, we got to know that we even realized that briquettes can really work. How? I came in this village in 2007. The forest was up to there. As I talk now, you can't see any natural tree. These trees you're seeing around, I just planted them after realizing that the forest was already cut off all. Now, why did I embrace this? I embraced this because from my introduction, I told you I'm a farmer. I'll not stop farming. Briquettes are got from crop residues like maize cobs, which I have even already here, beans husks, rice husks, genus husks, all that. All in all from crop residues. Meaning it is sustainable to use briquettes compared to firewood and charcoal. When you calculate right now, this is 2023 minus 2007. How many years are those? Over 20 acres of trees have already been cut off. Now, what will happen in the future after 50 years if we continue cutting trees? Right now, we are facing a problem of climate change. It is because of environmental degradation. So to me, we as the community members, we have embraced the use of briquettes because we have realized that it is sustainable to use briquettes compared to firewood. Why? I just pick 3 pieces. I place in the energy saving stove. These 3 pieces are enough to prepare for me breakfast. And this one is less than a kilo. Lunch, I'll also pick 3. I use supper like that. All in a day, I can use 2 kilograms of briquettes. That is worth 2,000 shillings. But firewood, I told you, by the time I came, firewood was sold in bundles. But they kept on reducing the bundles up to the point of selling in pieces. Right now, 2 pieces of small pieces of firewood cost 3,000 shillings, of which those 2 pieces can't work for the whole day. Why can't I buy briquettes, 2 kilograms? I use 1,400 in a day than using the firewood. And when you look at a bag of charcoal this side, because there are no trees, charcoal is got from trees. A bag of charcoal is more than 60,000. And a bag of charcoal can't run for a full month. So if you calculated 1,400 times 30, it is cost effective to use briquettes compared to firewood and the charcoal. So to me, if briquettes are readily available, the committee is ready to buy because it was tested in groups. Even as I talk now, group members are saying, where are the briquettes? Please bring for us briquettes. We want to stock enough. Rains are coming. Our children will sleep hungry. So to me, by the time we first interacted, we thought it would not work out. But when we did it practically on the stove, truly, I want to tell you the truth, briquettes are better than using charcoal and firewood. In fact, as I tell you, the beginning of something is always hard. But as we kept on moving and sensitizing, you reach a station, because I've been dealing with groups. You reach a group with a member from Mandulis and a member from FAO. We do the sensitization and we do it practically. And people have tried it out. Even all group members have come to realize it is really working. And on business ground, it is also fine. They give it to you at a subsidized price. Thank you very much. My name is Justin. I have been using briquettes and I'm still using briquettes and I will continue using briquettes Parker last.
Oh, karibu. Yes. Nani ni kilo, huh? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Nan kilo. Kilo piare, huh? Okay. Okay, kacau ibu. Okay, nying ah, Lawina Florence, kilo 20 kilograms. Ami ario kila chela, okay. Okay, cari ko wow. So this is the process we go through when we receive grains from our customers. Here we have both large-scale customers and small-scale customers. For instance, this is a small-scale customer. The reason for weighing is that we want to determine the price the customer has to pay us. For instance, she's going to pay us 4,000 shillings. It's 20 kilograms, meaning it's 200 shillings per kilogram. At this point, we will pour the rice here. So we will have to turn on the conveyor from here. The rice will have to go to the miller. By opening here means the rice starts going. So from there now we'll have to start our machine. At this point, this is where the hulling process takes place. So this is now where I check whether the husk is really going at the back to the dryer house. So as you can see, this is now rice that has been added value, and it is now clean rice. Another interesting thing is this is where we collect the bran that can either be used by the customer's chicken feeds and sold to give additional income to the customer. Now let me take you through how rice husk from the same rice generates electricity that can either be used to cook the same rice and do a lot of things, give income.
It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila. Welcome to the next session and season of the CEO Bench right out of Kampala to the rest of the world. It's a 45 minutes of a bumpy ride with the CEOs, those who are on the top, those who are rising to the top, and those who are coming down from the top. What is it like to be a CEO? What is it like to lead yourself to a certain degree of respect in our society today? Today on the program, my guest is a man who has been around for a long time. The man who speaks and breathes marketing. In fact, it is believed that marketing was injected in him from birth. Ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, is Mr. William Kalombo. Kalombo is a fellow of Nairobi University and a marketer by profession. He is also the convener of the famous Marketers Night Out in East Africa. He is the great publisher of the marketing publication magazine across Africa, the greatest that we have springing out of East Africa, is on the program today to share the journey of who is William Kalombo as the CEO of Marketing Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kalombo, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, just a bit scandalized with all these lights on my face. I'm not used to it. First and foremost, thank you for risking to trust that I can have any value for your listeners. That's my disclaimer. So at the end of the day, if they do not harvest anything, I think they should shoot you, not me, because I did not invite myself. But thank you all the same. I'm Kalombo William, as you said correctly. I am a marketing by profession. I breathe and inspire marketing in everybody that I talk to and I meet.
Wow. Now, that said, William, I want to just take you down to, you know, the CEO bench is all about marketing, rather leadership, and leadership at self, leadership at change and management of change, and leadership at an individual level of William Kalombo. We want to just dig down and know who is William Kalombo first.
As I said, I am a marketing person. I publish Marketing Africa magazine for many years down the line. We do a lot of professional networking events across the region, as you mentioned. And yeah, that's all.
We want to just go back to Kalombo as a child. Where do you come from? Are you African? Are you Kenyan? Are you Ugandan? You say you published across the region. We want to know from you.
I'm a Kenyan from Kakamega in Western Kenya, former Western Kenya. Now there are counties in Kenya, but domiciled mostly in Nairobi with a regional feel, because I'm Ugandan heavily, I'm Tanzanian heavily in trade, but I am a Kenyan and African in spirit.
Let's talk about Kalombo as a child.
I don't remember. I wasn't able to connect at that time. I think that one my mother can tell you very well. Eh? Yes.
So in Africa, when you were growing up, we want to collect the story of how we started our life from a journey of being a child to adulthood. Growing up in Kakamega, what was it like, and where did you see yourself when you were growing up?
I never saw myself far. After school, of course, every child's interest was to finish high school, go to university, get a job, and move on like that. But my journey was interesting. After I chaired the Marketing Students Association of Nairobi University, I got an urge to run my own kiosk. So immediately we finished college. I think I worked for about 1 year. Then I started my own business. We were doing BTL stuff for many corporates across the region again at that time. So I can say I have worked in a formal setup for not more than 12 months since I left university.
And you became independent. Where do you draw your inspiration from, Mr. Kalombo? For people who are watching you from all across the region, I'm very certain many of my friends in Kenya who are in the marketing space would want to know who is really deeply Kalombo. You've never shared this story before, but where do you draw your inspiration from?
My inspiration is a function of the fear of failure. Just imagining that what you are structuring is going to collapse on you keeps me awake every other minute.
When you say the inspiration of fear of failing keeps you awake all the time, I mean, what is the backbone of that fear? Did you fail before? What happened? How did you reach to that point of saying, I cannot fail?
I have successfully failed on very many occasions. What pricks me is when I fail without planning. Not that I plan to fail. What I mean is, if I have a project, for instance, I do every available thing to make sure the plans, upfront plans, are working. In such scenarios, when I fail, as it has happened many times, I don't die. I just move on. I pick the pieces and move on. What makes me sad is occasionally you have done poor planning to a project, then you have regrets. But when I fail and everything was nicely planned for, I have zero regret. I just pick up and move on. Because remember one thing, when you're doing a project, there's no way you can plan your own project failure. It cannot work.
William, thank you very much for that. We want to dive deeply into the part of leadership. This show looks at leaders who are on a journey to the top, those who are already at the top, and those who are coming down from the top to retirement. We want to know, what was a journey like climbing to the top? When you reach to the top, you have to come down from the top to retirement. What lessons do we pick from people like you? You are a CEO of Marketing Africa Limited, a company you founded. We've just understood from you this program right now that you were only able to work in formal, being employed for not more than 12 months, and you started this company and it's been running. You lead a team of people, Marketing Africa. We want to know from you, in your own words, what is leadership to you?
Perhaps we need to demystify the word leadership. I have some weird perspectives on the terminology itself. And I know that in my own private engagements, I talk about mostly the curse of leadership in Africa. But we need to understand, and this I'll take it back to when we were in college, the drilling that was infused in us as students of commerce marketing was that we were prepared to become managers after college. So we learned all these big words about management, about leadership, about BCom. But when you came out of college, you were not a manager. All the training was structured to make us imagine that we'll become managers. So we came out of college and you find that some people will never hold the title of manager across their life, which then creates opportunity for you to start feeling low, you lose your motivation. Yes, so you can be a sales rep all your life, yet the training was that you'll be a manager, you get it. So I think then that we need to rethink what leadership is. You must know that not everybody will become a CEO of anywhere. So remember that the most powerful thing is that you already are a CEO of yourself. That should drive you. Yes, at individual level, you are your own personal CEO. So then it should not kill you that you are not CEO of Marketing Africa, you are not CEO of Talent Uganda.
On that note, William, you raise a very interesting perspective. Having understood leadership from your point of perspective and your point of view, what would you term as self-leadership? Because what you're talking about requires a person to get to a certain degree of understanding of self, to pick self, to give self meaning. You pick self, your own self, and gave it a meaning. And today we're here with Colombo leading a team of people across the region. In your view, what is self-leadership?
Self-leadership is a function of focus on your personal brand. I've seen many people are known because they work for certain companies. I've seen them attract a lot of interest because of the brand they work for. When that opportunity lapses, they get completely lost in the world. Nobody knows them. So it is very dangerous for you to position yourself as that guy, director in Marketing Africa. And when tomorrow Marketing Africa is not there, you are not known for anything. That's why in every other forum, I keep telling people, the only brand that will not leave you in any stage, that will not drop you across your life, is your personal brand. So in everything you do, you must always invest in your personal brand. And remember one thing, if your personal brand is powerful, wherever you are sitting, wherever you are working, you will deliver that value to that brand as well. But to get lost and high on the fact that, oh, I'm a boss in this particular company, it's for today. tomorrow when you leave, what happens to you? I think the driver every other minute should be, what happens to me if I leave this seat today? Will people still recognize me? Will people still respect me?
Wow. Well, thank you very much, William. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll be talking to Mr. William Kalombo further about the journey of being a marketer and the journey of marketing. Who is a marketer? What profession does one need to become a marketer? How do we move in the world that is changing so rapidly fast? And if you are a marketer, what lesson do you pick from the CEO of Marketing Africa? Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Welcome back to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila. The CEO Bench is a 1-hour program springing out of Uganda to the rest of the world, giving people an insight into the life of a CEO, either when they're retiring or when they are going up or when they're on the top. What is the journey like for a CEO? How does one get there? Today on the program, we have the CEO of Marketing Africa, Mr. William Kalombo, a seasoned marketer, a great thinker of marketing, breathes and thinks marketing even when he's sleeping. Mr. Kalombo, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Marketing in itself is something that most people don't understand very well. But you are a marketing professional and a CEO of a marketing company that is leading in East Africa. William, in your view, what is marketing, first of all?
It's the art of identifying consumer needs and delivering on them, even beyond them, at a profit to the owner of the brand.
William, I want to take you straight to some of the questions we designed for you today, which should be able to give us an understanding of a CEO befitting of a marketing company, but also as a viewer, what do I want to pick from a man who is on the top? You've been on this journey for a while. I want you to start by telling us, how did you think about starting Marketing Africa? What was the inspiration behind it? And what is Marketing Africa all about as a company?
When I was at the university, we had a publication. It was called the Marketing Review. And we were able to publish that magazine and get 18 full-page adverts at that time, which was a first. I've never seen it up to today. And we made a lot of money from the magazine. At the same time, we were running events as an association. We had an event every week for the 12 months that I led the association. We had industry tours. The most popular, of course, was to the brewery, which was happening every Thursday. So we grew the association to such a level that even the watchmen in the compound wanted to be members of the association because we had so many functions. We were giving a lot of giveaways. We started at that point a canteen. It took me about 4 months to get approvals from the VC to get this canteen, and through the support of my patron, Professor Francis Kibera. The resistance from the university was because they were not understanding what we want to use the canteen for. But what we were looking at that point was to get a laboratory-like scenario where students of business can come and try out the theories that we pick up from the classrooms. When we launched that canteen, I think we had about 1,000 people in Lower Kabete campus of the University of Nairobi. And we did one of the biggest Guinness promotions ever done up to today, where a lot of prizes were on the giveaway, on the list. It was a scenario where even saved people were participating in the activity because we had to buy a drink, get a voucher, and then get a raffle. Even saved people, you call them Mologol, I think, were participating in this scenario, so they win a prize and leave that beer there. So we started at that point. After university, I told you I worked for 12 months. Then I started a company that was doing below the line activities. So we are doing...
That's what we call in marketing BTL?
BTL, yes. So we did that for a while. And then I made a suicidal move to imagine that I can publish a magazine. Since I had done a very successful one in the university, I thought I can do it now commercially. So I set shop to do a magazine, and one of my board members, he gave us the magazine to do for the society. And that magazine had died. The last 3 years, I think, they did 4 issues, 3 issues, 1 issue, then 0 issue. So we picked a dead publication, reawakened it, and it hit the highway. It was called Sokoni. When it picked...
I was a big reader of Sokoni Africa.
Yes, when it picked, some people, out of their own wisdom, imagined that they can micromanage us and extinguish us and take away the project and give it to somebody else.
As always in Africa?
Which they did. So they took away the magazine from us on the claim that we didn't have a contract. So we were fired, literally. So we had publication knowledge, but we had no publication to do. That's how now Sokoni Africa was born. So we started doing Sokoni Africa, and the MSK sued us. They said, you can't use our name. You have to drop the name, look for your own name. So they took us to court, and we were in court for about 9 months. Within that window, we were able to publish, I think, 3 issues of Sokoni Africa. The courts ruled that until we clear the full case, the case is completely hard, we can't use the name. That week was, I think, the worst week we ever had in our office. And I remember our lawyer is called Mereka. He's a senior counsel in Kenya. We were in the same building. He came down and found everybody happy and jumpy, and he asked, you guys, we just lost the case. What is happening to you? We said we are fine. We said we are fine. So what happened a week after the court banned us from using Sokoni Africa, we launched Marketing Africa, which is Sokoni Africa in English.
Okay, just hold it right there and send that comment, because Colombo has just hit something very interesting.
Yes, so that's how we launched the magazine.
So did they take you back to court this time around?
It is Marketing Africa, it's not Sokoni anymore. So there was no brand infringement anymore. We were safe that way. Then we moved on like that. It hasn't been easy. Even Sokoni itself, when we started the magazine, I told you, when we were in university, I think we got a lot of favors and sympathy from the corporate. In the commercial space, it was very hard to sell space, because magazine, what drives a magazine is space, selling the adverts. And my imagination was that we will start this magazine. After the first issue, it will finance the next issue. I can tell you, it is the magazine, Sokoni, that collapsed my below-the-line business, because I got my first payment on the 6th magazine.
Wow. Wow. William, this whole story that you're talking about as a CEO of the great Marketing Africa Limited we see today, what does that remind you of in that journey? And by the way, were you the CEO? At what point did you become the team leader? Because I imagine that you had a group of people you're working with and you started together. How did you make it to become the CEO with all of that story? Is it because you won the case by losing it and winning it by starting Marketing Africa?
It's another issue. The question you raise touches on partnerships. You have social partnerships that have successfully collapsed in relationships. You have corporate partnerships that have collapsed. The irony is that you cannot become a multinational or a very big brand without partnerships. But on the flip side, a lot of the partners we pick them up emotively. And they end up collapsing you or slowing down your speed or vision or compromising it. The biggest trouble for businessmen is that you look at things, they tell us you must be passionate about what you do. If you look at every other passionate person, let me talk about relationships. The minute you are passionate with something, with a woman, with a man, you lose the ability to look at things objectively. From my world, I tell everybody, please try to be objective. Because when you are passionate, your eyes are completely blinded. You will never be objective. You can't pull back and say, this thing is flopping, can I leave it? We must accept the fact that business will collapse. If your passion is in there and it collapses, you are gone. You have one life. In a lifespan, you can run 10 different businesses. We've seen people who thought their biggest line is manufacturing. They end up becoming the best musicians. You can pivot, isn't it? So we should divorce from this idiocracy that passion must be my driver in anything I do.
I'd rather be more objective in everything we do. Wow, you are tuned to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, of course, with Mr. Kalombo, the CEO of Marketing Africa. And we would like to hear from you. Send your kisses and disses coming. If you have a question for Mr. Kalombo, we'll definitely answer it on the show, either on the comment section of the program. And of course, share it far and wide. Make sure it gets to your grandmother, your grandfather, your cousins, your nephews. We're not leaving anyone behind in Africa, particularly when we're talking about a very serious topic on leadership and marketing of Africa. And we're going to dive a little bit deeper into that with William. William, that said and done, the story of Marketing Africa is very compelling to hear where you're coming from. My question is, what is your view on sponsorship marketing in this part of the world that we're in as a CEO?
I think is the most convoluted space you can ever think of. There's a lot of gray areas in that space. And the biggest problem are the players themselves. The people who own brands are a very big part of the problem, in the sense that if you are looking for sponsorship, say for a particular event, you surrender the power of owning that baby to the sponsor, when all you are relying on is a sponsor for the event to happen. If you have a baby and you are my neighbor, I have a baby as well, they are going to the same school. If they go together to that school, it means there's familiarity, they are at home, nobody can bully them, you get it. So they are happy together. If your baby has malaria and can't afford to go to school, should mine stay home as well?
Certainly not.
We've positioned our events, our sponsorships to look like, if Eddie cannot sponsor me, I can't do this function. So we are coming up with glossy ideas instead of coming up with what can work and scale it up. I'm talking to the person looking for sponsorship. Don't overdream. Don't come up with what cannot work. Start small, scale it up. If the sponsors you are targeting are aware that without them you cannot move, they will not give you that money.
Wow.
Or if they know that your project will continue with or without their support, you shall dictate the terms. So we need to be sober enough and arrange things that can run without any injection. Yeah. If you do events like Marketers Night, for instance, our key revenue stream for Marketers Nights is the ticket sale. So we look at the ticket sale and say, this particular event, if you have a budget and you cannot fully finance it from ticket sales, it is an unhealthy event. So we try as much as possible to make sure that we break even on ticket sales. So that then if you attract any sponsorship, it's an additive to the promise, then you can add in a few more things in terms of experience to the people coming. Wow. But the bigger disease is the client themselves. You have people who I'll easily call brand rapists. I'll explain.
Yes.
In value buying,
yes,
the brand custodian is one who takes care of the brand. So much so that, assume the brand is your baby. Brands are our babies. If this brand has diarrhea, has malaria, how are you treating the baby, isn't it? Are you rushing to hospital, checking the temperatures, giving them food, making sure they are warm? Are you getting it? But a lot of us are brand rapists. in the sense that we are in the brand for personal gains. We don't care about the brand value. We are killing our brands.
You've heard that coming from Mr. Kalombo, and we're going to take another break. And when we come back, Mr. Kalombo will dig deep into the question of marketing, and we want to understand the idea of change management in that space. The post-COVID-19 situation in Africa that affected many businesses across the world. How was Marketing Africa Limited, that holds some of the big events across the region of East Africa, able to pull things through? Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Welcome back from that break. My name is Eddie Okela, and this is the CEO Bench, where we're talking to Mr. Kalombo from Nairobi, Kenya, the man who is oiling and planting seeds of marketing across the region of East Africa, and of course springing out to the rest of Africa. If you're a marketer out there, this is probably the best interview for you to look forward to and share it far and wide so that we don't leave anyone out. William has talked about repping brands. Are you one of those people who are a rapist in our region? Can you repent of your sins? Welcome back, William, to the program.
Thank you.
William, very interesting choice of word that you used there. I know you explained it already. We're going down to a moment when we want to talk about something very interesting. One, do you think that brands have optimally utilized the event space across the region, across Africa, and across the world? Do you think that we have optimally utilized that space?
A few brands have got it correct.
Mm-hmm.
Some brands have had a lot of misses. Mm-hmm. And the misses is because the people on the brand side do not respect the hustle of the event owners. Mm. So severally they look down upon you people in the event space and they don't take you serious. You have scenarios where you are planning an event 6 months down the road and brands are coming on board a day to the function. And they are all over your space trying to dictate things last minute. The idea for creating calendars for events is so that you can have everything oiled out in good time. So events are getting affected because we have very poor respect from some people on the brand side. They need to change and respect the hustle and come on board. If these forums, if these vehicles are not working, where will your brand tell their stories? It is in the interest of the big brands that as many events, as many vehicles are working in the ecosystem you're in, so that you are able to utilize them to tell your story.
Yeah. William, that said, in today's rapidly changing world, learning to lead our organization to read the turbulence that is brought about by the change in either technology, in our thinking space, in the way we look at money and entrepreneurship and investment and saving, is beginning to require that one needs to be critically aware of certain things that are very, very factual. My question to you is, in your view, what is ailing the marketing profession as a CEO?
Today, the biggest enemy to the marketing profession are the people who claim to be marketers. The people who occupy marketing offices. If you look at the finance guys, for instance, after the first degree, they are continuously learning. If you look at a lot of marketing people, immediately they finish that job, they get that big job with a big car, they feel like they have reached. So they don't invest in continuous learning. We need to relook at that, respect the fact that some critical knowledge you may have today could easily be obsolete by tomorrow. So it's in your interest that you continuously are available to keep learning so that you can sharpen your story.
Yeah.
I've seen situations where you have, say, a marketer's night, which is a learning forum, powerful learning forum, And because I, the boss, am not available, my whole department will not come because I'm not available. It means then you have closed the window for your own team to come out and learn. Yeah. What is bedeviling the profession starts from university. In my days, a class of 400 people, half the guys were doing marketing. Today, I'm told by my professor friends, in a class of 400, you'll find maybe 15 are doing marketing. The unfortunate thing is that the other one doing insurance or finance, at the end of the degree course, they're coming back to the professor and asking for marketing jobs. The whole profession has porous. It's been water washed. Everybody's claiming to be marketing. Everybody's claiming to do marketing, and it's not protected. In Kenya today, we are benchmarking the Nigerian Institute of Marketing, where we are going to launch a code of practice for marketers, so that not every other lay-by character is claiming to be a marketing person. That then gives you a minimum number of CPDs to achieve every month. So it will force everybody now to go back to supporting the events you do, to acquire those things. By the end of the year, you must have a minimum. The accountants are doing it.
Yes. Lawyers are doing it.
Lawyers are doing it. Now HRM is doing it. Yes.
And even medical profession are doing it now.
Yes.
Wow. So that said, William, do you think that the marketing profession is endangered? Are we the endangered species? Are we our own worst enemy?
Marketing as a profession is the force behind business, and it will be for ages.
Yeah.
But the current players in the space are endangered species.
So from I see your seat where you sit, you think that we are our very own worst enemy?
The biggest enemy to marketing is the marketing person. Those who claim to be in marketing. We don't support anything marketing. Because you are in a big house, you don't look out to see what other people are doing. You get it?
Yeah. That right there is coming out from Mr. William Kalombo, who is the CEO of Marketing Africa. What is your thought? Do you think that you are your own worst enemy as a marketer? Are you the one endangering your own life? Are you strangling yourself because you're not going out to look for information, or because you have stopped thinking and abdicated the duty of thinking to others? That's why the marketers are being suffocated, right? Share your comment right down there on the comment section and ask questions to Mr. William Kalombo. He will definitely be able to respond to all these questions. And of course, we will be able to give you some tips, 1, 2, 3, 4 things that you need to do. But most importantly, Mr. Kalombo, as a practitioner of marketing, is definitely going to be able to answer your question. And it doesn't matter where you are. You've heard what Kenya is trying to do at the moment of bringing the code of conduct. What are you trying to do to get back in line? William, I love what you have said. I want to take you to this part that you've started doing, and it's been in Europe. There's a lot of publication about marketing, and a lot of marketing publications. In Africa, in North Africa, there are quite a number of them. In South Africa, Southern countries are quite a number of them. In East Africa, you pioneered something that has now become a brand name. And you published Marketing Africa magazine, one of the leading professional publications that we have in the region today. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about this and the challenges that you face as a publisher in general, publishing marketing content?
Publishing is a challenging space.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest reasons for failures of people who tried out publishing is because I come out as, say, a serious business editor in one of the leading publications or media houses, and I imagine that I can publish my own. So you're finding people trying to do a publication and they are writing 50 articles by themselves. Publishing is a full business. You have to look at it with all the variables that affect a business. If we don't look at it like that, then it cannot cut. 1. 2, people are still in the old age where you still want to do hard copies. We do hard copies, by the way, for the Nairobi market and those who advertise. But you reached a situation where you have a digital space. which gives you wide leeway to publish whatever you want. But a lot of us are lazy. To publish a successful digital magazine, you must first and foremost be in data collection. In fact, your business is data collection.
Yeah.
Because if you published a magazine and you're calling it digital, who are you locomoting it to? So we are lazy. We don't want to invest in data collection. And I can tell you, anyone can publish a digital magazine that can become very big, that can become very valuable. Ours is interactive. And we went digital in 2014, long before COVID. Long before COVID, because we had challenges at that time.
Okay.
You're printing 15,000 hard copies. Cost of print is high. Cost of delivery is high. When you are bringing to Kampala like 3,000-4,000 copies, we deliver the magazines here. Our contact here delivers half of them, dumps the rest in the office. It became very costly. So we chose to look for ways to cut through this problem. And that's how we went digital. On JOMAG. And we're the biggest JOMAG publishers in Africa.
Wow.
So when we went to JOMAG,
yeah,
it took us more than 2 years for people to acclimatize to the digital magazine. But we hit cruise level before COVID.
Okay.
So by COVID time, we felt nothing. When they were saying now you can't distribute magazines, they can be source of infection, we are distributing ours at a button. We felt completely nothing. In fact, our advertising revenue grew during COVID.
Yeah.
And the readership has also spiked after COVID.
Yeah. Wow. That said, William, is the interference between marketing industry and the institution churning out budding marketers healthy? Is it healthy?
The interface is very poor. During my days, for instance, we had managers in serious corporates, BAT Kenya, Kenya Breweries, Nation Media, coming to our college to sit on my board. When you are closing for vacation 3-4 months, they used to take 600 students to go work and they pay them. Today's manager is too busy for the guy in college. We are not creating time for the students, yet we are blaming them for not catching up or doing the things the right way. So I think we need to calm down, create more time for these students. We used to do parties in our college where you have managers coming in. We used to have so many sessions where industry is coming to speak to students about different careers on very regular basis. We need to come back and talk to our students. It is the only way we can groom them to be the next generation leaders.
That said, William, I want to take you to a question which is interesting. William, on that part that you talked about, I want to take you to a level of change management as we move towards the closure of this interview today. We run job adverts in our publications and we look for people who have 15 years, 3 years, 4 years of experience when we want them to come into the job. But like you've said, many of these young people coming out from the universities don't have opportunity to work. How do we bridge the gap between the job adverts that go out looking for 5 years experience, 3 years experience, but I've just come from the university. I've never interacted with any brand out there, and the brand is only looking for people with experience. How do we bridge this gap going forward, in your view as a CEO?
We should bring that down and just hire people who are willing to work, people who are willing to learn on the job. All of us, what we do today, we didn't know. So you get to learn on the job. So long as they have the correct attitude and you are doing a professional onboarding, let's collapse that so that we are able to give our youngsters the window to come and learn on the job.
My next question is about change and management of change. COVID-19 came in and rocked the boat. Some of our organizational companies in Africa closed. Many corporate companies across the world closed. The marketing profession suffered a deep down, and many did not know how to manage change. You are a CEO of a big corporation now, by our standard in East Africa and across the region. What is your understanding of change management, and which principles do you always apply when moving out? Say, for example, as a CEO, if you're moving out, if you're a brand, how do you move out? If you're now changing the relationship, you've been funding Marketing Africa for some time, you decide that you want to now leave Marketing Africa. What principle do you use to make that decision? 2, and how do you communicate, or how does one communicate, as well as how do they manage the change and address the problems that they have that is making them leave to go to the next level? We've seen brands, for example, saying we're parting ways with House of Talent, we're parting ways with Marketing Africa, and they don't say why they are parting ways with Marketing Africa. They just say we leave. Some of them are down to individuals, others are down to the fact that the value are not shared properly, and not everyone finds this part very easy. You are a CEO.
Are you saying change management?
Yes.
Or being dropped as a client, or losing accounts?
All of that is part of change management, because when you're being dropped as a client, there's a problem.
Yes.
And when you're a CEO, you are changing position to go to the next one, is also a problem. How do you manage change?
When you are losing accounts, it should be an occasion for learning.
Yeah.
There must be a critical reason why you're losing it.
Okay.
In some occasions, you find that somebody is dropping you because they have got their own preferred supplier or something like that.
Yeah.
Some others could be malicious with you. They are not happy with how you are doing things. They are jealous, so they may drop you because of that. You shouldn't die. That you are dropped should take you back to the kitchen, look at your own story and see, did I fail in my promise to the client? And a lot of times our promise to the client is punctured from the beginning. It's punctured in the sense that I get into relationship with you as my account, but we don't state clearly what are the deliverables in black and white. So when we start the journey, you start getting now gray areas popping in, and you don't have proper accountability systems on your deliverables. So from the word go, if you're engaging a client, clearly agree on the deliverables, where you can both monitor the progress as you walk the journey.
Wow.
You will be fired even when you are doing the best of jobs. So it should not kill you, and that's why I talked about passion earlier on.
Yes.
Yes, just go back. If you made the mistake yourself, then polish up your story. If the client fired you because of their own issues, they keep moving, isn't it?
Well,
but change management itself is a very big problem in a lot of corporates, even in our own lives. When you find that the things you are used to are shifting, the boyfriend you had is moving on to another side, the girlfriend you had now has got better, handsome looking guys with fat pockets, it will hit you. What must drive you is that you have to pick yourself up and keep walking. Because the fact that I messed you up should not make you die. You dying will not kill me. Just remember that. If you die, it is you die. I'll continue moving on.
William, we're going to bring this interview to a close. Like they say, every good thing must come to an end. You are a CEO, all right? And the journey of being an entrepreneur is not an easy one for most people in Africa, at least. The fact that we don't have very many structures that support entrepreneurship. Your journey is one of a testament that when you started the university, there were so many people supporting you. When you came out, it was now real fire, that you have to survive. You are out of university. Nobody looking at you as a student who they can take advantage of. Now you are starting the journey. So my question is, the entrepreneurial journey has been a very slippery one for many people. And in my view, many people have gone down the drainage without knowing the nuggets of truth of how to bounce back from the challenges they have. What, in your view, is slowing down this in this part of Africa, particularly East Africa, that our entrepreneurs don't go past a certain level?
Entrepreneurship is a big challenge. The fallacy is that we imagine entrepreneurship only applies when you are running your own kiosk. The critical thing is that we need to coach people to have an entrepreneurial mindset, which means I can work for a particular company, but I have an entrepreneurial mindset. That mindset is one that brings solutions to challenges. So you can be a manager in any space, but you think solution to any challenge that you come to. So you don't have to necessarily run your own outfit to call yourself an entrepreneur. That's the first one. The next thing is that we've started what we call entrepreneurial clinics. And the idea behind it is to just pull together people in that space to learn, share and coach each other. That was based on the fact that a lot of people start businesses. They are entrepreneurs, they start a lot of businesses. And you imagine that all I need to start a business is money. We've seen it. So you have big money, you set big shop, you go beyond limits, and it collapses. The critical thing about entrepreneurship is that as much as you have that mindset, you must know the journey is different. The journey requires very many parameters. Cash is just one of the parameters. You need employees, you need partners, you need business. We've seen people start business. You start business, you get very big LPOs from people who will never pay you. So you end up collapsing, you get it? You've seen people start business and you step on toes, you are sued. You've seen people who run out of finance, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've seen people who are not compliant in tax matters. There are 15 critical elements that are killing entrepreneurs. So if they are alive to all these factors, it will make their journey more soft. Because any one of those factors can collapse you, I can tell you. So you must be permanently alive to the critical factors that will sustain your entrepreneurial journey.
Also,
it's not only money, it's not only having business coming in.
Wow.
Even growth. Growth itself.
It's a killer.
People have mismanaged growth. So because you have too much business coming in, you just move on like that.
Wow. William, there are a lot of talks that SMEs are going to be the future of a future driver for Africa's economy. And many people are now beginning to focus attention to small and medium enterprises across, especially in job creation, where Africa stands out as a continent of young people across the 5 other continents that we have running in the world. What, in your view, are the gray areas when we talk about SMEs? And why are there many SMEs now collapsing instead of staying in very few years after setting up shops across Africa?
The collapse touches back to the issue I've raised on entrepreneurs. But for SMEs, everybody talks glossy about SMEs. I can tell you the biggest enemy to SMEs is the governments that we have across Africa. They'll tell you that we are supporting SMEs giving us business, but they are structured to tax this guy until he cannot breathe. You get it? They have not created any platforms that is supporting them. And the other players in the window, these are the people in the banking system, they are interested in you for just as long as they can suck your blood. They are lacking in the wings to come and suck your blood for their benefit. So you'll see them telling you, we are supporting SME. No, they're supporting you to be alive just so that you can help them hit their targets. We don't have a genuine drive to support SMEs completely.
In your view, what should be done to help this?
Government should take ownership, because the interest to have jobs created is a huge interest for government, more than anybody else. Remember, joblessness can create chaos.
Wow. And lastly, in that point, William, what would you advise a novice entering the business space for the first time to do? A young man, a young lady entering the business space like you were many years ago after Nairobi University.
Divorce yourself from passion. Do the best planning you can do. Fail walking.
Well, that's the CEO bench coming up from the CEO of Marketing Africa Limited, Mr. William Kalombo. What a quote right there, and that you can take over. If you're watching the program from Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Congo, Burundi, or Rwanda, or anywhere part of the world, we want to say thank you for listening to William Kalombo. But before William leaves this place, we want to be able to ask William, transformation of mind is such a big question at the moment in Uganda and also across the world. I'm sure it's the same in Kenya, that if you start by the renewal of the mind, you will transform the mind to move forward. We at the CEO bench are always looking forward to a content that inspires the person to think, a content that will encourage the person to speak, a content that will help the person transform their mind. What does transformational change mean to you, Mr. Kalombo, as the CEO, today where you sit?
Let me talk about the mind.
Yes.
I think that we have a polluted mindset in Africa, because if you look at what is happening in Europe and what is happening in Africa, the crisis is a mindset crisis. So you have people in Africa who are ruling you, who don't even have papers. Every available marketplace, the noisemaker there have become our MPs, have become our governors, have become everything you can mention. In effect, sidelining professionals. And professionals have taken a backseat. They don't want active participation in that space because it's dirty. They can really finish you. So we need to change our mindset and work for the nations that we belong to. Currently, you have people fighting to be in a public space to harvest for their individual stomachs. If you must harvest for your stomach, then run your own kiosk. If you must serve the nation, then come to the public space. We must differentiate those two. Stop rushing to grab a public office to eat for your families and the rest around you.
Thank you very much, William. Perhaps this is my last question going. What you talk about brings the question of character. And there is this saying that character is developed in a person through so many things that happened. First, have you ever failed in your life in anything? We're seeing you right now speaking with so much good English and everything. Somebody out there might be thinking, I want to be like Kalombo, but has he ever failed?
I have successfully failed so many times. Even last night I failed, but here I am and we are moving on, isn't it?
Yes. The question is, I have heard this thing in Kenya, something called character development. Yes. I want to know, can you share with us from the CEO bench? We want to understand the character development in the space in Kenya. It's quite a very interesting thing.
I know that this is a new word for Kampala. It's heavily used in Kenya, character development, especially in social spaces where people are talking about relationships, man-women relationships. So character development is where you indulge in some fling. You come with all your hopes on the table. Then they are all punctured, like you break up the balloons.
And then, so why did you guys pick Nairobi people and Kenyan people pick this thing as the best way to link it to character? How does that link to character?
You see now, after the breakup, somebody's going to cry.
Yes.
They go crying, tears in buckets. So you find that, no, you can't be here now celebrating that you have this relation is working for you. Then suddenly you are completely off. People have even left social media because the relationship you are bragging about has totally collapsed and collapsed you as well.
So William,
so in the same space, you find business is giving people character development. You come in with a lot of hope, with a lot of plans, and everything you planned, you find is not working. Business is how you can break this glass on cement, for example. This glass will be your plan. But the reality is when the rubber hits the tarmac, it's very different. You hit this thing on the tarmac, on the cement, you don't know where the pieces will go to. We've had scenarios. The typical planning, I'll give you the example of planning for a drive. Let me talk of Mombasa. I love Mombasa. So you've serviced your car, you've done everything you wanted, and you're telling yourself, I'm going to Mombasa with my good people. We will take 5 hours on the road, we'll enjoy everything along the journey. When you start the journey, your tire goes flat, your spare is not working, your car is overheating, you find somebody has hit you from behind, you have so many things popping up that are puncturing your ability to keep the momentum. You get it? You reach a level where it is no longer important for you to reach, say, Mombasa in 5 hours. All you are saying is, all I want is to reach that place. A lot of us in business space, you are in that mode. All you want is to have this function done and you move on with it.
William, what would you like the person who is watching the CEO bench and those who have nominated you to come onto the CEO bench to remember you for? CEO bench, we operate with the principle of, if you know that somebody has sense to speak, if you know a CEO that has created impact, nominate them. You are nominated overwhelmingly with a great number of votes right after the Marketers' Night that happened in Kampala. The very first one that happened after COVID-19 had locked down everything for almost about 2.5 years, going to 3. And here we are talking to you. What would you remember? What did you want them to take from you as we come to the end of the show, as your last word to the young man out there and to the young lady out there, as well as to your contemporaries who may not be able to have the courage to come and speak on the CEO bench like you?
They should not remember me. They should remember their trade, focus on it, and keep working, is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, the show has come to an end. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and of course, William Kalombo, right here in Kampala. As always, the parting shot to William Kalombo from the CEO Bench is, have you ever cooked for your wife? And when, since you're always giving us the Marketers' Night out, is there a marketing night in your kitchen?
When we do Marketers' Night, I don't cook.
Have you ever cooked for your wife?
It won't help them.
The show bench has come to an end. And a toast to this. William, thank you very much for coming to the show. And from us here, we say goodbye.
mbakomboze igitaramo cy'iwacu iwacu turatarama ngwino urare iwacu iyo dukoze ku nyamirya iz'ubuhuha n'inkomangano biratwizihira cyane. Mpamagare muhigirwa ni Nyaruguru mu muhamirizo w'intore, mu muhamirizo w'intore Sebaganji babukwege aseruke mu byivugo byiza. Mpamagare se batunzi ayihere mu miyuki akubwira inaha na batatu yaruta mu kinyange cyarutiruka mu bakemba tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka ahiwacu turatarama ngwinurare tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka turatarama ngwinurare tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka
Epana biso tolinga kobina epana biso tolinga kosepela ka elongo tolinga tosepela tosangisa pe tolingana
tugusogongeze ku ntango y'amahoro nkwibutsa umugani wa nyashya na baba inkuru ya saruhara rwa nkomokomo cyacana ndetse na ngunda tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka ahiwacu turatarama ngwinurare aho dutaramiye nta rungu tugutaramiye kandi uzagaruka turatarama ijoro tukarita hanze cyambere wampaye inka cyuringanje reka ntugatsikire cyuringanje nuko umuco wacu ntugacindishe
Compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, compatriots, victorious fighters of Africa, you shed your blood for me, you slept in jail for me, you shed your blood for me, all in the struggle for liberty, torture day and night, just because you're black. We can't forget the past, all the souls we lost we can't deny the fact. Africa will think again. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba. Maji, voice of freedom, Kanutanu Frelimo, the movement of the people. Oh, the root of Pan-Africans. People must unite. Ruma was in prayer. We can't forget the past. We can't deny the faith. Remember Thomas Sankara. Remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba. Calling, yes, my brothers, it's the sound of victory. Senegal, Gambia, Senghor is champion. Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, Félix our father. Soweto, 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 Mandela. Soweto, 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 the land of the brave. Remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba, remember Thomas Sankara, remember Samora Machel, remember Stephen Biko, remember Patrice Lumumba.
taking, giving and not taking. Time stole the essence from you and me. That's why I say, why do we have to pretend? When does the travesty end? Is this a parody of life? I'm not sure that I've got it within to be the one to keep on telling the same old lies, lies. Yeah, I'm lost in a city of lights, and I don't even know what happened to me. I'll never give up the fight till the lights they fade away. Fire that burns deep inside me, the blood and sweat find me now. I'm a prisoner to what it means. When will I elevate above this? They sing the same song. It's time to be more than the eyes can see. So why do we have to pretend? When does the travesty end? Is this a parody or life? I'm not sure that I've got it within to be the one to keep on telling the same old lies. Lost in a city of lights, and I don't even know what happened to me. I'll never give up the fight till the lights they fade away. 'Cause I see your fire is blazing, and it's amazing that nothing's gonna stop you till you get to the dreams you're chasing. You're not crazy to give it all to the city of lights. You're in the city of lights. You're in the city of city of lights. Yeah. City of lights. You're in the city of lights. Hey, and I don't even know what happened to you. You'll never give up the fight till the lights they fade away. Lost in the city of lights, and I don't even know what happened to. Don't even know. Yeah, give up till the lights they fade away.
Yes, I. Mukwano gwo mulungi gwe walina walagawo go ekusanawo. Mukwano gwo mulungi gwe walina walagawo go ekusanawo. Serabiranga biseera bye twalina, nongolera ekyokulya nondeetera. Kuva lwe wagenda omutima gukunoonya, obuli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga zeyakugoba. omutima gukunoonya obuli mbeera n'endowooza oba osanga nze yakugoba walinomu lwe wagenda tewasibula nange saamanya nalabiraawo kakaseera ayiseewo nga sikulabako Was so tired of walking alone. I needed someone to keep me strong. Not just anybody would do. She had to be strong and beautiful. Now I have you, my wishes came true. Gwe wange nze I've been searching high and low, trying to find the girl to call my own. Was disappointed by the ones that came before, but you are the one I waited for. Gwe wange nze the rivers run dry and the sun refuses to shine. Like death and taxes, I will stay, till the rivers run dry and the sun refuses to shine. Like death and taxes, I ain't going nowhere, babe. Nabagire kaumutima kwange, anabera mama wabana bange, narurunja singabona. Gwe mutima kwange, nabagereka w'omutima gwange, nabeera mama w'abaana bange, narulunja singabona. Gwe mutima gwange, nabagereka w'omutima gwange, nabeera mama w'abaana bange, narulunja singabona. Nabagereka w'omutima gwange, nabeera mama w'abaana bange, narulunja singabona. Gwe mutima gwange, nabagereka w'omutima gwange, nabeera mama w'abaana bange, narulunja singabona. Gwe mutima gwange, nabagereka w'omutima gwange, nabeera mama w'abaana bange, narulunja singabona. Gwe wange, gwe wange, gwe wange, nze
I'm dreaming of a world full of happiness, where no one kills, no one argues, or no violence, and where we all live in harmony. We all celebrate all the things that we have with our families and each other.
I know we could live in a much better world indeed. Will there be no healing of one another, loving and living free and free? Can you imagine a world full of peace, love and joy, where every boy, girl, woman and man live in harmony? That's what we need in this world. There is no need to fight. You and I are one. Let us get together now, and there will be a better place for us. Let us break some love. Let us break some love. There is no need to fight. You and I are one. Let us get together now, and there will be a better place for you. It is so refreshing where we sit down and sort at different sides. We don't need to fight a war. We don't have to lose another life at all. We can work it out. We can get it right this time. Can you imagine a world full of peace, love and joy, where every boy, girl, woman and man live in harmony? That's what we need in this world. Let us spend some time. There is no need to fight. You and I are one. Let us get together now, and there will be a better place for you. Let us spread some love. Let us spread some love. Let us spread some love. There is no need to fight. You and I are one. Let us get together now, and there will be a better place for you. Loving one another, that's how it should be. That is how it should be. Let us spread love.
Let us spread love, fly like a dove, be free for a time. Remember this rhyme, we're here for all. Be on the cool. Do we need to scream? Let our death beam. Let us stand and shout, cause that's what we're all about. Let there be hope and joy, so we don't destroy. We'll fly like a dove if we spread love for the Lord God, who is above.
Let us spread some love. Let us spread some love. There's no need to fight. You and I are one. Let us get together now, and there will be a better place. Let us spread some love. Let us spread some love. There is no need to fight. You and I are one. Let us get together now, and there will be a better place for you and me. I lay it all down. Hey, let me get into the mic. Hey, I've been around for a good time. I don't mean to sound proud, but I know when it's coming right. And yes, I know when it's so tough. Sometimes I feel like I should walk away, this not the way. But yet I can't remember how far I've come, can give it now. Remember how far you've come, and just how far you have to go. Oh, lay your troubles down, lay it all down, lay it all down, lay your burdens down now, lay it all down. See the way it is not the way it's always gonna be. You were made to overcome, you were made to win. It's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, alright, alright. It's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, alright. See the way it is not the way it's gonna be. Yes, it's tough, it hurts, sometimes you feel like this is all it is. But rejoice, and again, I say rejoice, you're gonna make it through, you're gonna make it through, you're gonna make it through. Remember how far you've come, as far you come, just how far you have to go. You gonna make it, you gonna make it, you gonna make it through, make it, you gonna make it, you will let me. See the way it is not the way it's always gonna be. You were made to overcome, you were made to win. It's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, alright, alright. It's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, alright. When I look into the past and see how I've come, I see the power of God out of with this man. They used to look down on me, man, they didn't even like me. I used to be the very shame over there. Now look at this man, to see what I see. I see a blessing, that's what I see. I count my blessings, so many like the sea. That's why you tell it's gonna be alright again. It's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, alright, alright. It's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, alright. It's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, alright, alright. It's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, it's gonna be alright, alright.
Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Big woman thing. Girl, me love how you talk so. Girl, when you talk, me can't tell you shut up. Simply fine when you talk, baby. When you talk, I'm just a blackout. Jagalanzi Jeff, your body boat. No visa, baby, got no passport. No money, boo, no visa too. But baby, me give you the comfort. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Mariana,
Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana.
Big woman thing, baby killer, bite me, Dracula. Seen you from afar with my killer binocular. Me speak vernacular, Nkwagala you a killer. Me know say so many men I want you a kubo killer.
She tell me she coulda love me, but she got HIV. How could I see that when she got no ID? Maria, Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana. Teba mukwana. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala teba mukwana.
Yeah, it's M-U-N-Star G, the 8th way. Nkera muzi hustle, nara ndembera muzi battle. I know life is one big struggle, but shit, sometimes nebuza chinagwa kino. Ngate fena picture twatondewa muya mukama. Fena tulia venezike tusala, fena tuli basine era basinga twenenya. Nato bona nza singa why me? Ai rwachinze tiega. Rwachinze sigagawala, rwachi wentege kechivule nkuba lwetonya. Ne rwachi bala mansinga, rwachi Uganda World Cup echatule nyo nyingira. Nga rwachi corruption tagwa, rwachi ba politician babera batusiri waza. Yo I need some answers, kubanza mazima. Mbikoye chochecho omuntu ave yambulira amazima nze mbikoye. At some point you feel like giving up, nigga.
Ndamanya hunde ruga, ndareba hundi kuza. Mumisha hundi kuza, chiga float charge kuza. Otawamani, kwenda kwitwa chiniga. Uganda yo misho yakwate zo big figures. Jiro mujinya, mwana kora na mani. Tindenda raparanjira hip hop eresha shuralyari. Emyaka jakarenga bandavuge gari. Nashanga fani yanjira ntiboro wa maramani. Ounda kanjira handsome kwa tejo ipsam net shwara. Hip hop yanyeresha shuralyari. Leka kushomese kuno kwefagao kurasto leshanga twena twashongora. Leka kushomese kuno kwefagao rugamu byamunde kondereri we yehinjire. Ejini chiga flow. Ndajitamish ne mas ndazaha chati. Nanye karuha. Ethan ni kwechiri. What? This song is for you, Ugandans, and the world all over.
Mwana wanyabon bela, lindi nebiri mumaso. There's a brighter day. Topo watogwa mumani, wadenge mbere kane. Kole chisomo koyengo mwami, wadense kutenga tekuta. Kole chisomo kobewo. Oh, the sun is gonna shine so bright. You will know you've won the fight. Yeah. Keep on moving, don't stop. Everything's gonna be alright. 20 minutes.
don't have answers to life, but I know this love is for real. You give your life to me, that's why I'm so grateful. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And there's another side of life for those who walk by faith, walking side by side with God. He will never let us down. He's the only one we need. Jehovah is his name. With nowhere to go, get down on your knees. God will set you free. With nowhere to go, believe in God indeed. His grace will see you through. Oh yeah. When faced with tough troubles in life, sometimes you may feel you wanna die. You should never feel that way, cause God will never ever leave you lonely. In the midst of your troubles, God is there, trust on Him. He will never ever leave you. He will never forsake you. Another side of life for those who walk by faith, walking side by side with God. He will never let us down. By His grace I am alive and I'm living free. With nowhere to go, get down on your knees. God will set you free. With nowhere to go, believe in God indeed. His grace will see you through. Oh yeah. With His love, God coming from me, give His Son and hide from me. From your mercies, and with His grace I'm living free. With nowhere to go, get down on your knees. God will set you free. With nowhere to go, believe in God indeed. His grace will see you through. Oh yeah. Nowhere to go, get down on your knees. God will set you free. With nowhere to go, believe in God indeed. His grace will see you through. Oh yeah. With His love, God coming from me, give His Son and hide from me. From your mercies, and with His grace I'm living free.
I hear the calling, I understand. Deep in the soil, the love of the land. Oh, how my heart longs to be there again. Like the days of my dreams, and the nights alone by your streams. Feel the magic, I feel the peace. With the lions, wildebeest. With the eagles flying high.
I want to take you to Mbale, and I want to take you to Ankole, and I want to take you to Uganda, and I want to take you to Usoga.
There goes my soul, there goes my mind. All the beauty you could ever find. My motherland, oh my motherland, my motherland. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand. Like this song of my soul, how my story will unfold. I love, 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 I love Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Angola. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Madi. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Lugora. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love my motherland. Oh, my motherland. I feel the magic, I feel the peace on the savannas, the mountain peaks, like the great days of old, when the Nile overflowed, abundance across the land, and the people down stand in hand. Tienda, nene chilisa, tienda, nene chilisa, tienda, nene chilisa, oendo tienda, nene chilisa, tienda, nene chilisa. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand, like the song of my soul, how my story will unfold. Tienda, nene chilisa, tienda, nene chilisa, nene chilisa. I want to take you to Mali, and I want to take you to Angola, and I want to take you to Uganda, and I want to take you to Busoga.
Oh, karibu. Yes. Nani ni kilo, huh? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Nan kilo. Kilo piare, huh? Okay. Okay, kacau ibu. Okay, Nyinga, Lawina Florence, kilo 20 kilograms. Ami Rio kila chela. Okay. Okay, cari kowa. So this is the process we go through when we receive grains from our customers. Here we have both large-scale customers and small-scale customers. For instance, this is a small-scale customer. The reason for weighing is that we want to determine the price the customer has to pay us. For instance, she's going to pay us 4,000 shillings. It's 20 kilograms, meaning it's 200 shillings per kilogram. At this point, we will pour the rice here. So we will have to turn on the conveyor from here. The rice will have to go to the miller. By opening here means the rice starts going. So from there now we'll have to start our machine. At this point, this is where the hulling process takes place. So this is now where I check whether the husk is really going at the back to the dryer house. So as you can see, this is now rice that has been added value, and it is now clean rice. Another interesting thing is this is where we collect the bran that can either be used by the customer's chicken feeds and sold to give additional income to the customer. Now let me take you through how rice husk from the same rice generates electricity that can either be used to cook the same rice and do a lot of things, give income.
Welcome to House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. Wherever you're watching from in the world, it could be morning, could be evening, it could be afternoon. In the UK, they have a saying that any time is tea time, but here on House of Talent Television, we say any time is coffee time. Welcome to the Coffee Break Show this week. Like I said, my name is Ateng Emmanuel. This is House of Talent Television. Remember, you can catch us on our social media handles at HTV1. On Twitter, House of Talent Uganda live stream on our YouTube channel, or you can head up to our Facebook on House of Talent TV Uganda and make sure you catch this show. This is the show that brings you everything about coffee, from the farmers to the baristas, to the coffee drinkers, to the enthusiasts, anything and everything about coffee. Today in the studio with me is a man who has a wide span of knowledge when it comes to coffee, and not only coffee, when it comes to agriculture, and he's here to share with us his knowledge about the coffee industry. Owen, you're very welcome to the show. It's good to have you here. I know you have a wealth of experience working for Naro. I know that you also went to Israel to do your master's, and the knowledge I believe that you're going to give us here today about coffee is going to help everyone out there. Before we get deep into this show, we're just discussing about there's a thing that we have on the show about coffee myths. Some people think that when you take coffee, ABC happens. But before the show, we're discussing about a myth that I actually hadn't heard about. Okay, in Uganda, they say that coffee was used to make bullets. I don't know how true this is.
From where I come from in Rwenzori sub-region, it's a childhood myth, and actually some elders still carry it on that coffee is used to make bullets, because basically the farmers didn't know what happens beyond their coffee, beyond after drying, what happens. They say, part of it is in making bullets. It's a myth. You should ask people from Rwenzori sub-region.
That's an interesting one. I'd actually never heard about that myth. I'd heard about other myths, but making bullets. I don't even know how you get from coffee to bullets. But yeah, I mean, those are the things that us as the coffee enthusiasts really need to clear. And I liked how you said that, it came from the farmers and they don't know what happens beyond the farm, and I believe that is a good place for us to start at. We have had people on the show and we have basically talked about where coffee begins, from getting the seed, putting it into the ground, from the nursery bed to the farm, then all the way down to the coffee drinker, from tree to cup, as they usually say it. But one of the things that is actually not discussed, is the issues that are faced during that period when the coffee is growing. For example, the different coffee diseases that are there. I know that there are certain baristas, even if you ask them today what coffee diseases exist, they know nothing about them. All they know is their part as a barista, and I believe that this knowledge has to be known by them. So coming from your experience, you've worked in Naro, you've worked in Zadi, and what are some of these diseases that affect coffee, and are there some that are particular to Uganda, or it's a wide spectrum that is just affects coffee around the world?
Well, there are quite many diseases, but some are specific to species. As you know, we have two major economic species. There's Coffea arabica and then Coffea robusta. Diseases like coffee wilt disease are specific to robusta. It will never affect arabica. In Uganda, it doesn't affect arabica. But then there are diseases that are common or prevalent in arabica, like the coffee leaf rust. Not a big problem in robusta. Then there are other like coffee berry disease, coffee red blister. There are many diseases, and this is something that we would like farmers and baristas to understand. Some diseases like the berry disease, red blister, affect the quality. When these diseases affect the cherries, they dry off. But what if someone carries the same diseased cherries and sells them as chiboko? If you don't understand that this is a diseased cherry, you will think it has been dried, yet they stripped it off, mixed it with the normal cherries. And it's good to know the disease, it's good to know the pests. It's the basis of the farmer, of farm management. Just like parenting, you need to know when your kid is sick of what, to tell that the kid is sick, then you seek further treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't know the signs of flu, then you
can't treat it.
You think maybe the kid is just sneezing.
Yeah. So
knowing that they are sick, knowing their plant is sick, is one step of seeking further help.
Yeah. So how do we get to know what is the process? Because if I go to the hospital and say, let me say, in my mind, I think I have malaria, okay? But the doctor basically has to go through a diagnosis. They'll take some blood here, they'll take a urine test there, and at the end of the day, they will verify whether I actually have malaria or not, okay? So what is that process in coffee where you get to know which kind of disease is affecting a certain kind of coffee?
Okay, first is understanding them, is having regular talks with the extension workers, the researchers, and people who understand the diseases. A disease like coffee wilt disease, the most common, obvious symptom is dieback. Dieback is when your coffee dies from the head, that tip, it dies going down. Because coffee wilt disease is caused by fungi. Now the fungi will block nutrients and water from going up the tree.
Yeah. That
means the farthest is the one that is going to die.
Yeah.
The farthest will die and dies like that.
All the way down.
Dieback. Yeah. It's the commonest disease. But coffee wilt disease that does not have obvious symptoms on the cherries.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other diseases like red blister and then berry disease, they have obvious symptoms because they are specific to cherries.
Yeah.
Yeah, with a few symptoms on the leaves. Coffee leaf rust, your coffee will rust, and this is important for Arabica farmers. The coffee will have some rust under the leaf. When you turn your leaf like this, you'll see a rust.
Yeah.
Just like rust. Yeah.
Okay, so imagine I'm a farmer. Okay, I have my farm. I believe in my mind that everything is going well. Okay, then you, as Naro, come and tell me, you know what, your plants have such and such a disease. These are the symptoms. Okay, so what is the process that we would go through, okay, to help me in such a case? Because I know that there are very many farmers who actually have no idea. Okay, sometimes they say, oh, I'm cursed.
Yeah, that's another myth.
That's another myth. Okay, so sometimes I think it's a curse. So a neighbor of theirs was jealous, went to the witch doctor, and cursed their plants. But in the event that my plants, let's say, are sick, okay, what is the next step in treatment?
Okay, first, now you've seen unusual, mishap in your field.
Yeah.
Narrow does not do extension.
Okay.
But it usually reaches out to the farmers because Narrow's, I'm not speaking for Narrow, but the Narrow mandate stops at dissemination. Tech development and dissemination.
Yeah.
The NADS and OWC pick it up from there because their mandate is to do extension.
Yeah.
Now, but doesn't stop me from telling you that your coffee is sick or another expert, we have NGOs that also do extension to tell you that, yeah, your coffee is sick. So after that, but you've also seen the symptom. Then you seek expert help.
Yeah.
The expert will tell you whether you need to spray, or you need to cut, or you need to use culture methods, or inorganic sprays or organic sprays.
Yeah.
If you know it, you can take it upon yourself. If, let's say, you've had an experience with the disease and it has resurfaced, you can use the previous, treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the most important thing I'll emphasize on is seek expert help. Before you buy a chemical, you need to know, is this the right one? Am I going to use it right? So that you don't waste your money or you don't pre-expose yourself to, something that could be dangerous to you. Or you're trying to spray coffee wilt disease with a fungicide, and yet this disease is inside.
Yeah.
The fungi is inside. We call it the xylem and phloem. That is where the fungi is. But you're spraying the leaves and all that. It may not help. You're wasting money. You're also exposing yourself to these chemicals.
True.
So it's best you seek expert knowledge. If you don't understand, if you know a farmer who has had an experience with the same disease, ask them. Consult widely.
Yeah.
Have second and third opinions.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I'm to seek expert help, okay, I believe that there are certain avenues that I have to follow. There are certain organizations where I can seek this help. So what are some of those organizations that as a farmer I can go to?
First is narrow.
Yeah.
I'm not being biased because I've been working with narrow, but first is narrow because it's narrow that generates the technologies, generates the control measures, the varieties, and disseminates them.
Yeah.
Then there's NADS. NADS has a League of Extension Workers. There's UCDA now. UCDA controls the coffee industry, regulates the coffee industry, and they are the best people to reach out to. UCDA has extension workers actually in almost every coffee growing region.
Yeah.
Then there are other NGOs that are specific to coffee or specific to agriculture extension. Other NGOs like TechnoServe. Then there are private companies that are into coffee but also do extension because it's a win-win.
Yeah.
You don't want farmers to lose. You are cutting off your supply. So some private companies have taken it upon themselves to offer extension services.
Yeah.
So ask widely, but don't rely so much on Twitter or Google because you may end up getting a recommendation for Vietnam thinking it will work in Uganda. So Google, but also ask, reach out to the experts.
Yeah. Okay, you talked about UCD, the UCDA there, and I've heard from a couple of people that every time they have tried to approach UCDA, they did not get help, okay? And they're of the view that, you know what, since UCDA can't help us, we're going to do this by ourselves. How true is that? Does UCDA actually, in their mandate to regulate coffee in Uganda, actually help these people, or there's a lot of bureaucracy and red tape that goes into this, that by the time you actually get the help, maybe you've lost the morale? So does UCD actually help?
UCD is supposed to help, and I know some farmers that have been helped.
Yeah.
First, they are the first years in case there is an outbreak of a strain disease. You have to reach out to UCD or to NADS. They help, but usually they help organized farmers, and it's like, I'm a UCD extension worker. I'm not speaking for them. I'm a UCD extension worker. You found me in Kampala. You're telling me about a disease that is in Masaka. I cannot understand it, and I don't have even means of facilitation to go there.
Yeah.
So I'll direct you to the nearest extension workers.
Yeah.
So when farmers don't understand, don't get to access, help within their location, they'll say, I wasn't helped. I'm just trying to imagine. And also sometimes it's easier to work with organized farmers. Let's say you're an association, then you invite UCD extension worker. You can come. You're 20 farmers, 100 farmers.
Yeah.
That's a bigger platform.
Yeah.
Because they're also underfunded.
Yeah. I like the way you say that UCDA is supposed to help.
Yeah, they are supposed to help. Yeah, because they regulate the industry.
Yeah.
And now with the Coffee Act, they have more powers.
Yeah, I think that brings me.
That's what they have always wanted, and they have it.
Okay, we're going to get into a break right now, but viewers will come back with more, about coffee. I believe that this is a very good discussion, especially for the farmers who are out there and may not have an idea about the various things that go into, farming of coffee. For example, the diseases, then what happens after you've grown the coffee. And we're going to have more of this discussion with Owen in the studio. Stay right there. This is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television with me, Ateng Emmanuel.
So I used to love the way our barista used to present his cups. For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study. So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. Baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to the mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy. So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Pro Plus. Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing the course.
I think most female feel like being a barista is more of a male job, or being a farmer is a male thing, or being a quality controller. Yet they don't know that there are other perfect people that we are looking at. So we want to bring this gender equality into the coffee business. I would thank this the International Women Coffee Alliance. It has really done a very good job to encourage women into the coffee business.
Yeah, the brew ratio is
very important.
The most important brew ratio. Now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of the coffee powder to water, and the yield. Water in this article will bring us to the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I exactly? So if you don't master the brew ratio,
then being eager to learn, for everyone who is out there, with the young men, every young man out there, you need to be eager to learn, because there are many opportunities there. I don't know, I've met Emma today, I don't know where we shall meet any other time. I will meet this person, so always be humble and be eager to learn. And then about coffee, I've learned, like I think I've learned that always take everything in the steps. Because if I had started with the basics, I wouldn't be back here now.
Because I knew maybe probably big hotels serve coffee. So to my dismay is that I introduced myself as a barista, and everybody was like, "What's a barista?" So I said, a barista is a specialist that makes coffee, a person who makes coffee for people to, coffee like, cappuccino, different kinds of, coffees, and people were like very green. I say, this is a big hotel. I expected to find here a coffee machine, and nobody knows about it. So it's, I think, incumbent of us to really transform this entire community, the entire country, to coffee, to learn about coffee, and also to give them the advantages of coffee, teach them about coffee, and then later on they maybe consume it, rather than just selling it.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng, and before we went for the break, we're talking to Owen Singura, about the different coffee diseases that face coffee. We're talking about what happens during the coffee growing process. And coming back to the show right now, Owen, welcome back to the show. I know we started the show on a coffee myth that, coffee apparently was used to make bullets.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. And I think now as a farmer or as someone who's out there, it is a myth. We have debunked that one for now, yeah. And we're talking about basically the different kind of diseases that affect, coffee, and also how to diagnose them, and also what to do, for the farmers who are out there when your crop gets diseases, what you can do. And one of the things you said is that we should seek professional help. And, after getting that professional help, that opens up, other avenues to what you can do for your crop. Coming back to the show, I remember you can catch us on our social media web pages, HTV1 on our Twitter, on our YouTube, our House of Talent Uganda live stream, and also on Facebook at House of Talent Uganda. Make sure to watch the show, spread it far and wide to the farmers out there, to the baristas, to the roasters, whoever is involved in the coffee chain and the coffee process, because we need this knowledge if we are to make Ugandan coffee be at par with Ethiopian coffee. As I read in the Coffee Act, we are trying to get to where Ethiopia is, yeah, and I believe that it's a very good thing. We're talking earlier, and you told me that you went to Israel, to do your masters. Yeah. Okay. First question is, do they have a coffee culture in Israel like we do in Uganda?
Yeah, they do. They are big time coffee drinkers,
Yeah.
and different ways. There's the Turkish coffee.
Yeah.
There's Arab coffee, that in
Yeah.
the pot,
Yeah.
and then you swirl it in the sun.
Yeah.
Gets ready. You pour, and they have actually better taste of coffee than us. Yet they don't grow. I've met 50-year-olds who have never seen a coffee tree. But they take a lot of coffee. They take coffee in the morning, coffee in the afternoon.
Yeah.
I know a guy who takes coffee and cigarette as breakfast. But the irony is we who grow don't take.
Yeah. I think that's a big irony. So what are some of those differences you saw between the coffee culture in Israel and that in Uganda? I know you've already talked about one. We grow it, we don't take it. They don't grow it, yet they take it more than us. Okay, so what are some more of those differences that you experienced when it comes to that coffee culture in these two places? Different areas of the world, actually.
Their taste is growing towards specialty.
Yeah.
There are specialty cafes coming up. Then the people, when they go to buy, they don't go for instant coffee.
Yeah.
And for us, when we go in the supermarket, even the richer ones, we buy instant coffee. But actually, just let me take you a little off.
Yeah.
Instant coffee is like a sausage.
Mm.
The best meat is not used in making sausage. The best meat is reserved for steak.
Yeah.
The mediocre meat and of the red meat is what they use in rolling for sausage, because you'll not see the quality unless you've made custom made sausage.
Yeah.
The same thing with instant coffee. The good thing with coffee, they don't throw anything apart from the extraneous matter, stones and plastics, if they are there. The undergrades, the broken beans, the rotten beans are the ones they reserve for instant coffee, because when you get a tin of the instant coffee, you will not know that this was from screen 18.
Yeah.
So the screen 18 and 15 reserve it for cafes and specialty coffee and fine coffee, because someone is seeing what they are buying. The aroma is there.
Yeah.
The rest, the irony is when it comes here, instant coffee is more expensive than specialty and fine coffee.
Yeah.
Even the educated people, the exposed ones, they don't.
Yeah.
It's the river. In Israel, people are aiming for, top quality.
Yeah.
And they actually import some coffee from Africa and South America. They repackage it, create private labels,
Yeah.
and they earn a lot of money from it.
Yeah.
Why not us do it?
It's interesting that there's this westernization effect. Okay, the way they are marketed instant coffee, it feels like when it comes down to Africa, me, the person who's taking instant coffee, is perceived as the one who has
class.
Money or class. for that matter. Yet, if you went into a deeper understanding, you know, the person who's actually taking the real coffee could be considered as the person with more class in this matter. But
I won't say that people are not exposed, guys have traveled, but it's still gross ignorance.
Yeah.
But still, we can do the instant coffee from our good coffee. I remember it's Kausheng, I would say, why not use good coffee to make instant coffee, because it will be cheaper here. We can still explore that avenue as we are graduating people from instant to brewed coffee.
Yeah.
Back in the day when I was volunteering with UCDA in, you know, increasing local coffee consumption campaign, we used to hit the market and brew the coffee, but someone will tell you, why is this coffee rough? Why is this coarse? We want the smooth one.
Yeah.
I tell you, no, the smooth one is not good. This coffee is rough for a reason. Otherwise, we could have made it finer.
Yeah.
But the reason is, the rougher the coffee, the better the brew. Not very rough, but of course you have to, you know, hit the standard.
Yeah.
Again, this is scientific that rough coffee has a lower surface area to volume ratio.
Yeah.
That means it will retain the aroma very fast. I want people to do an experiment. You know, open a tin of instant coffee. I don't want to mention the major brand. Open it, and also open the tin of your brewing grade coffee, the rough one, what the Ugandans call the rough one. Leave it open for 1 week. After 1 week, the best thing the instant coffee will be able to do is turn water to brown. But with this brewing grade coffee, there will still be the aroma. Because the surface area is low, that means it still keeps the, you know, the fineness in it.
Yeah.
The instant coffee, everything will go. They knock a whoa. So that's something we want to, you know, our Ugandans learn. But we understand. There are another challenge is people don't know how to brew coffee.
Yeah.
If they knew, maybe they would have tried it. So I genuinely don't blame them.
Yeah.
Brewing coffee, Ugandans, they want to brew coffee like tea. But actually, we also don't know how to brew good tea.
Tea, true.
Get coffee, get water, boiled water, add coffee, then stir immediately. Then the coffee will float. Then we'll say, ha. Oh, Malava, Ugandan products. Tiwalina class, see, all the coffee is floating. That's not, it's not how it should be. The rule of brewing, if you're brewing from a cup, it's coffee first, water.
Yeah.
Back in the day, in high school, when you used to do chemistry, they will tell you, do not add water to acid because it's going to burst and kill you.
Yeah.
So it has to be the other way around.
Yeah.
You know, add acid to water, especially if it's concentrated.
Yeah.
It's the standard rule in the lab and in my profession.
Yeah.
So the same thing, if you want to brew home brewing of our Ugandan coffee, the rough one as you call it, boil water, make sure it boils. Put coffee first in the cup, then add the water. Then wait for at least 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
The coffee itself will go down. You won't need to, you know, do this drinking when you're spitting.
Yeah. I think the first experience people have with coffee, like we're talking earlier, there is this, I also don't want to mention the brand, but we have coffee for 100 shillings. You know? So it's the same process. Get the coffee for 100 shillings, like you get tea leaves, pour it in a cup, and you know, we have a show on our TV station called the Creative Industry Talk. Basically talks about creativity in Uganda, and one of the shows will talk about Bubu, you know, by Uganda. Okay, and Ugandan products are seen, however good a Ugandan product is, in the eyes of the people, it's always going to be mediocre. Okay, we always say, man, these things are made in Uganda. Okay, so I think the same could be applied to the coffee in Uganda. How can we change people's perspective? Because I believe that if I say put a coffee from Uganda, very good coffee, and I brought another, let's say from the States, someone will obviously run towards the one of the States without even analyzing which one could be better. Just that the fact that this is made in Uganda. How can we change the perspective, okay, of Ugandans to actually start supporting Ugandan products, you know, in reference to the coffee industry?
So that's a good one. Actually, it's not only Ugandans struggling with that. Many countries also the Israelis think foreign is best. Yet for us, we look up to Israelis. So it's a common thing amongst citizens of different countries. You think foreign is good because it has come all the way to here, you know, champagne and all that stuff. Yeah. So, so one thing is the Ugandan people also have to imitate the standards of the competitors.
Yeah.
I look at coffee brands. You reach the supermarket, you look at how we are branding Ugandan coffee, and I will assure you that 90% of them are not going to cross the border to even Kenya. We have that cliche packaging of valve packs. It's standard, yes, we understand. It's standard for coffee, but you all having the same thing.
Yeah.
When I was at university, at the Chamber University Coffee Association, I and Meiko and Haman and the members, we created a brand, but also used the same valve packaging. It's something we did at undergraduate, but you find someone has invested 1 billion, but still packaging in 1 million, 1 million kind of packaging.
Yeah.
We need to imitate excellence if we can't make excellent products, if we can't make excellent packaging. Get our coffee, package it like they do. I usually give an example of, you've seen how the Vietnamese pack their coffee, or the Thailand pack black ivory coffee. This is not expensive packaging, but you just have to have the patience of understanding packaging and branding. Let me give you an example. We used to do the packaging, valve packs, put a sticker. Take it to the supermarket. The supermarket will tell you, we are not paying you until we sell. I used to be mad. You know, Haman was our marketing manager. We used to be mad that they are not paying us. They're actually surviving on us. But in actual sense, they were taking our coffees, adding it down the shelf, you know, with other many brands of the same packaging. Then they put the foreign brands at the corner where there's maximum attention. And the foreign brands, of course, they are paying cash upfront. For us, first sell and then pay you. In the end, the coffee gets stale. Now, when a consumer comes to the supermarket, and I know many guys who don't take supermarket coffee, is that you go to the supermarket, you're buying coffee that has spent 3 months, 6 months. It is stale. Because of the packaging, and also the grocery managers have put them down in the Kayola. So if you have to attain the boo-boo, if you have to boost coffee consumption and people support our brands, we need to do top-notch packaging, world-class packaging. I don't want to talk about what we presented at the World Coffee Expo. But to be sure no one is going to buy it, or no one will even take it for free. Because it is so cliche. This is packaging of 30 years ago. But the good news is that there are few Ugandans who are aiming for excellence, looking for that, you know, niche packaging, and they are getting markets in Europe and North America. We can do the same. That's how we're going to compete with, you know, Brazil and Vietnam.
Well, that's an interesting thing, because I've actually been to the supermarket, and exactly what you say, the Ugandan coffees are thrown somewhere down there. You know, I have a friend who does her own coffee, and she complains about the same thing. By the time you get paid for your coffee, it's stale, and you know, if I buy a stale coffee, I'm not going back to buy the same brand again. So basically, I'm on the losing side. Okay, and the foreigners are getting more and more out of us, and even that money that they're getting is not really repatriated back into the country.
It's not your
so
money.
It's not our money. So all of us are losing at the end of the day, and it's something that we need to really, you know, do to improve the coffee industry. I know one of your backgrounds is research in coffee, and we're talking earlier, and you said, you know, in coffee research, to come up with, you know, a type of coffee takes you 10 to 15 years. Okay. And to the normal person, they think, now how are we going to wait 10 to 15 years, you know, for you to come up with a different kind of coffee? Is there one that you have come up with? Is there one that you are currently working on? And if so, could you give us some more, you know, information about it?
Oh, that's a nice one. To an ordinary person, they cannot imagine that the coffee they are growing, someone sat a decade and more to work on it. Towards the late 90s and the early 2000s, there was coffee wilt disease. It's really ravaged and destroyed almost over 50% of the Robusta coffee.
Yeah.
Now, Narrow had to sit because every problem in agriculture, the eyes are on Narrow. They had to sit and try to create solutions. And one of the solutions, coffee wilt disease is a very tricky one. I told you, you will spray and you won't control it.
Yeah.
So they had to come up with varieties that are resistant to the disease. And from that time, during the early 2000s and up to now, they have released 10 varieties. 10 coffee varieties that are resistant to wilt disease, that is KR1 to KR10.
Yeah.
Nowadays, KR10. But it's not that you sit and work on one. I'm not a coffee breeder, but I've worked with coffee breeders. It's not that they sit and work on one, release it. They, work in tandem.
Yeah.
Because these varieties, how much they are all coffee wilt resistant. They have different attributes.
Yeah.
And then they perform well, in different regions, different agronomic conditions, different flavors.
Yeah.
Another thing is that after researchers have developed the variety, they have to take it to UCDA for scoring. Because it doesn't help when you make a good coffee variety, high yielding, big, and it doesn't taste well.
Yeah.
So now that's how UCDA comes in. They have to assess the cup quality.
Yeah.
And it's a back and forth, years and years and years and years, and they say now this is good.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to spend 10 years on a loser product.
True.
You're wasting taxpayers' money, you're wasting your time. So the 10 varieties, in actual sense, it should be that KR7 is better than, KR10 is better than KR7. Theoretically, that's how it should be. But sometimes you find that KR10 has, KR7 has better attributes than KR10. The whole point is give farmers a wide range of choices to work with.
Yeah.
Always assess. And I actually recommend farmers, every farmer should be a researcher on their field. Use your own understanding, do your own assessments. Narrow may not reach anywhere, NADS may not reach everywhere, UCDA may not reach everywhere, like you said.
Yeah.
But farmers have to be their own researchers. Compare, see, this one does well, this one doesn't do well, or this one is heavier, this one is lighter, this one matures faster.
Yeah.
But why did we go the cloning way? Now, the breeders realized, okay, let me go back to the biology of coffee.
Okay.
Two coffee species, Robusta and Arabica, the difference, one of the differences that is self-pollinating. By the time an Arabica flower opens, it has, pollinated itself, or to pollinate itself shortly. Robusta is cross-pollinating. Now, you remember in our basic biology and science, cross-pollination is moving anthers from here and pollen from here to the stigma. Is pollinated by another variety. Its seeds to coffee wilt disease is not as high as a clone, because with clones you have true to type.
Yeah.
Imagine they cloned you, Emma. You're going to have a kid who is going to be like you, 100%.
True.
Maybe you're resistant to COVID. Just think. So we shall clone you and make many Emmas.
Yeah.
That's by the way. But if you married someone, you're going to have a kid who is looking like a mom or like you, or having combined traits.
Yeah.
So the elite seeds work, but their resistance is not as strong as if they were clones. Now, most farmers go for elites.
Yeah.
Because elites are cheaper. Just get this seeds, coffee seeds, plant them, they germinate, you sell. Clones, you have to have a mother garden. You have to be certified by UCD to operate a commercial nursery. You have to clone.
Yeah.
But the upside of it is that the cloned varieties are going to mature faster, and they have the resistance to the wilt disease, and they are true to type.
Yeah.
If you like KR7, you're going to have KR7. If it's 10, you're going to have KR10. Maybe you've gotten an importer or a client who likes Kera 7 or likes Kera 8.
Yeah.
So that means you're going to give them, you're controlling your quality. That's quality assurance. Done. That your coffee is going to taste the same today, next year, and the other year for 10 years.
Yeah. Interesting. I like how you say that, you know, most farmers actually go and buy the Elite because they are cheap.
Yeah,
which is a Ugandan problem.
So Uganda, we want to take shortcuts.
Yeah.
But in farming, it doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't work in farming. We're coming towards the end of the show, and we have discussed a lot of things. But as we draw towards the end, okay, we're discussing earlier about how we have different players in this coffee chain, okay? And right now the focus is mainly on the baristas, okay? And on this show we have had a lot of baristas, and I believe that most of them actually, because a barista course is 1 month, 2 months, you know, if you want to 3 months at the most, and most of them don't have the kind of knowledge like you are talking about right now. Most of them don't know what happens in the farm apart from the theory they're given in class. Okay, so as we come to the end of the show, what word do you have for baristas out there? Because like we said earlier, you won't be a barista at 70. Okay, what can these baristas do to make themselves more relevant in the coffee chain and the coffee process, and also more relevant for their lives going ahead?
Okay. I usually meet baristas and I'll tell them you're going to be active for 10 years maximum. You know, if you stretch it, 20 years. But you can, you know, graduate yourself first. You've learned barista, basic barista, you know, add more skills, but also advance to maybe quality control. Because if you do R or Q grading, then you can get a job in a private farm or a coffee exporting or a coffee processing farm. That's one plus. Another thing, if you're a barista who has a background in agriculture, you can work backwards, you know, switching back to your profession. It's going to be good if you applied for a job, let's say quality control, and you're a barista, you have studied R or Q, and you also know some coffee agronomy. Definitely they will take you. Also, you're going to be better than someone who has studied quality control but is not a barista, because you know every employee wants a bigger package of you at the same price. So the thing is, if you're a barista, you're 40 years, you've overstretched maybe 40, 45, at least learn Q or R. UCD has free, you know, these are free courses. I'm not speaking for UCD, but they are free. R and Q grading, they are free. You stand a chance to get a job in the coffee industry, in growing or processing farm. But another thing, we have some people we are with who have a background in agriculture or biotechnology. I know some who have switched back to research, and again they stand a higher chance, because if I applied for a job with the counterpart who is just an agriculture expert, but I'm also a barista expert, I know some basic of quality control, then I stand higher chances. And I'm going to get a job. I know guys who have done that. Done barista, then switched back to research. And they're doing amazing things. Because also the researchers don't know how good coffee is. They are preparing it, but then they don't know that you can make a mocha, latte, and you can make all these variations. It's also helping the research industry. When I was, you know, still in coffee research as an intern, our director by then banished instant coffee. He was a new director. He was like, guys, we are a coffee research institute. Why are we taking instant coffee? Like, come on, guys. And not just instant coffee, imported instant coffee. Dude, you people should be taking the best coffee because you make it. You've earned it. Now, they have an espresso machine, they brew, they're enjoying. You see? But to bring that vibe, it takes someone who understands coffee beyond the bean to, you know, bring that vibe. Now they're happy people. They were like, man, I didn't know that my variety tastes this good. Because most probably the guy has made the variety and has not been drinking it.
Yeah.
So that's the vibe. And you know guys who are changing, you know, the research world also.
Yeah.
They are baristas.
Yeah.
They have gone back to research.
Yeah.
The baristas, but they have gone into, because even private companies want researchers. They want agronomists.
Yeah.
The whole thing is, if you have gone into the coffee industry, you may not understand everything, but try to understand the basics of coffee from the seedling beyond the bean.
Yeah.
Even the market metrics.
Yeah.
Especially the market metrics.
Yeah.
It's important to understand
Yeah.
the market dynamics. The biggest thing in the market dynamics right now, Brazil was hit bad by hailstorms and frost. It's a plus to us.
It
but
gives us an opportunity
it's
to
an opportunity for us.
slide
but for
in there
them,
somewhere.
The smart guy, when Brazil was hit by frost, should have bought more coffee.
Yeah.
Because actually there's a coffee crisis.
Yeah.
So projected that 3 years from now, there's going to be a coffee crisis.
Yeah.
If you can buy coffee, buy it as much as you can because it's going to be high.
Yeah.
Sorry for the Brazilians.
But kind of good for us.
Yeah.
Well, Owen, we've come to the end of the show, but I believe that, you know, all the knowledge that you have shared in just this little span of time has really helped someone out there. You know, someone, the barista, the farmer, whoever is involved, and you brought to light a lot of things that a lot of people actually ignore, okay? And I believe that this show should actually have a part 2 because...
we can take it to the farm. Actually, I like it more in the farm.
Yeah, we can actually take it to the farm, which would be better. But thank you for giving us your time. I hope that next time we'll be at the farm and, you know, we'll get to know more about coffee, you know, get to understand the different things that actually go into, you know, getting coffee from the tree all the way to the cup. For our viewers out there, if you're a barista, if you're a farmer, if you're a CEO and you own your own coffee shop, there's a lot of information about coffee that you need to know. And this show basically gives you all that information. We want to thank you for staying with us this whole time, and we'll have another guest next weekend, or Owen will be back, or we'll be at the farm, you know, you never know. Yeah, but thank you for being with us. This has been the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. Till next time, get a good cup of coffee, and remember, Ugandan coffee is actually the best coffee out there. Have a blessed day. It's a CEO bench, so usually people want to assume that all CEOs are overlearned and stuff like that. So I will change the script this time round. I consider myself a certified hustler.
If I'm looking to know who you are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values that define you as Ugandan?
That's the easiest question I think to answer. I am a typical Lao man from a Rute North in a place called Ogur, and where I will be laid to rest is in a village called Agweng. So if you go there and you just say Otoa Tony, they won't really know me because my father is also Otoa Tony. You have to ask for Junior, and when you're asking, you have to ask with an accent. Junior Tikwene, where is Junior? And they will identify me. But I'm typically Ugandan, only Ugandan, from Lira. I pride myself from being from Lira. Earlier on, I was joking and saying I'm the coolest Lago south of Karuma. When you cross Karuma, there are so many. But when you're down the south after Karuma, I think I'm number one.
Wow. Well, now that you know Tonyo Toa is Ugandan, and of course, what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
I think it's the love for country, love for nation. You know, truth be told, the country is in a lot of, it's a crisis. Leadership crisis, economic crisis, social crisis. There's so many mismatching areas. But at the end of the day, it's home. You know, you cannot run and abandon your home because of the issues in your home. I think that then creates an opportunity for you to do something to change what's happening and what you see as a crisis. So in terms of what I see as a value, or what I take out of that for me, I think is just the love for country, the need to serve country the best way I can. And I mean, I can't say I can change everything, but the little I can do to create a difference, I think is more meaningful.
Wow. Mr. Tonyo Toa, growing up, what did you want to be in life? And what was the journey like for Mr. Toa?
Yeah, you know, my father is crazy. My father would call us and he would show me the compass. The idea was supposed to be a pilot. You know, the planes would fly over our house and my father would be like, yeah, you're going to be a pilot. But of course, as you grow, you realize that you have so many things that really define you. I was never a sportsman. So I enjoyed a lot of debate and, you know, a lot of indoor activities. And that is, I think, what really drove me into some of the things that I do up to today. Public speaking, the love for debates and really a lot of intellectual discourse and all this stuff. But besides that, I think it's also the fact that I won't lie. I did not know what I wanted to be.
Here at Lunkul Island for yet another edition of the camp. As we always do, we ran a call for application months back, and so many artists applied up country. The boot camp is multilingual, so we welcome different cultures, different languages, you know, for a free expression. As we always do, the first week is more of lectures and songwriting. And second week, the audio studio. Second week, we have very few lectures because we want to give the artists more time, you know, to write, because at the end of the first week, you know, the songs have to be ready. So they need more time. So that's why we have less lectures in the second week and more lectures in the first week.
So today we were looking at music business. And in music business today, we are looking at what's the relationship between songwriters and artists who perform.
Welcome back to the program. My name is Eddie O'Kale and this is the Creative Industry Talk, streaming live on House of Talent TV on YouTube. Go there, subscribe and share it far and wide. We got over 1.8 million people in diaspora. All those Ugandans who live in the diaspora, we want to say thank you so much for being part of the Creative Industry Talk, growing bigger and better. And of course, we're live on Twitter. For all those of you who are cool people on Twitter, please go there, drive and listen to Sylvester speak here. Creative Industry Talk is live. We're streaming live on Facebook. Go there and share it far and wide. Subscribe and be part of the creative minds growing bigger and better. Of course, in the studio with me today is Sylvester Kabambo. We are talking about running hip-hop music as a sustainable business down here in Uganda and beyond the Ugandan borders. And I think Sylvester has been able to share quite, an enormous story right there about doing this and being successful. And one of the things we picked from there is that you have got to be patient in the process, but also need to follow. Now, we're going to the part where we're going to be welcoming Sylvester, first of all, back to the program. And we're going to go straight to a moment where we discuss some of the nuggets of truth of things that we need to share. You've talked about the workshops. You've been holding workshops for a bit, and then with Baimba and yourself, we want to know how that goes. But before I go there, I want to just read a few comments from here. Otherwise, people will kill me. And I want to start from a couple of guys. I see a man here said, Omunako Munako, based in Germany, says, man, that is my guy from way back in DV8. I've always loved the duo. And of course, they are my original guys. Those guys are doing a great stuff. I have another guy here called Frank, all the way in the United Kingdom, says, I stayed up, stealing in between work and this to basically see this show. I have gone to the bathroom to watch Sylvester. Shout out to my brother Sylvester right there. Oh, wow, Sylvester, thank you very much. And Selena Nataro says, big up to my big brother Sylvester. Lemerako has been a big hit.
Yeah.
And still he is, and it's still Lemerako.
Thank you.
Titan Mukisa said, thank you very much. Selena said, keep going. I've got another gentleman all the way in the United States and says, Eddie O'Kale, thank you very much for bringing Sylvester to the program. I live and work in the US. I'm stealing in between my night duties here, and I really love what Sylvester is talking about. I wish that Ugandan musicians were as real as Sylvester. I think that the hip-hop music industry has always been the best, but the problem is noise keep leading the way. I don't know what Who's that? Yes. He said his name is James all the way. I think James Chintu. Noise keep leading the way, but there's things for
James,
me.
James, you're breaking my ribs, man. James, you're breaking. Let me take some more. You're breaking my ribs.
Yes. And of course, I'll read one more, guys. We don't have enough. I've got over 200 and plus messages here. Another person has said, based in Canada, Eddie O'Kale, thank you very much. I love this creative industry talk. I don't know why we don't have it, every single day. I think we should have these guys come and discuss every single day. But on a serious note, guys, hip-hop music has a place in our society and is one of the things that completely change our society. There are young people out there in the society that needs to express themselves. Seeing Sylvester speak like this and going back to the days of DV8 when I first saw them and Sharing Youth Center and the product of Sharing Youth Center, it made me feel like I am back home. The stories is talked about growing up and the way they used to express them, though they're still the same. They have never been able to try to become American or to be Canadian. And the lesson for many people, Eddie O'Kale, if you ask Sylvester to talk about that, why is it that they have not been able to change to become Americans or to try and become Jamaicans? They are still real boys from Kawempe. Well, guys, Sylvester, thank you very much for coming. I want to say, though, to everyone here that, Creative Industry Talk is a very conceptually grounded and contextually applicable weekly television program. Yes. Our job here is to seek influence that patterns, to basically influence the patterns in the creative industry and the thinking pattern of people. To say, look, how are you thinking in the cultural space, how are you thinking? You know, how are you doing it? Can you share your story with others? And that's key for us. So we discuss challenges and opportunities that that lies in our society that we need to fix without having to punch or point a finger to anyone.
Yeah.
And of course, I want you to subscribe, being part of this team, Going Big and Better. Sylvester, we need to get back to this thing. We got about 20 minutes to end the show today.
Yeah.
We're even extending the show for you because people are requesting.
Yeah.
Let's go to the workshop. We've seen you come and talk about Lunkulu. I've seen that video you're talking about. What is this workshop about, and why are you doing workshops now? What do we aim to gain from these workshops?
These workshops have been running for a long time, since 2011. From 2011 to from 2016, from 2011 to 2016, we're doing countrywide workshops. That is taking the trainings to the people, you know, as far as the remote areas, as far as Karamoja. So these workshops are very, very important because they give an artist an opportunity to have a first-hand tutor or facilitator, that one-on-one thing. As I've said that during our time, we were just watching things on TV. Listen to a song, you don't know, you know, how someone gets to it, but you just listen and find a way of learning. So it was a harder way to learn. I also talked about DJs. Lift speakers, they don't show you that this, just see, but not, you know, like someone taking you through the steps. So so that's how even, you know, like the industry was, but people were learning by gambling, you know, trying out this, trying out that, but you don't have someone who gives you a guide. You know, like guide
this is how it is done. This is what you need to do.
This is how you need to do this.
The step by
how
step.
the steps to write a song, how to arrange it. You know, doing research before writing a song. Research about the topic. Make sure you have a broad way of tackling it and things like this. So those sessions where people give you an opportunity to, to have such experience, you know, was unheard of. So these trainings, and in most of the areas we took them to, were the very first there. Like in Karamoja, they had never had like an arts workshop where someone brings a DJ machine, a, PC DJ,
a recording studio.
Software, to use, and recording studio, and they give you a direction how to use it, how to write a song, the basics of dance, like all those things. So then we're doing so many things, not just music, but graffiti, other elements of hip hop, like graffiti and DJing, and breaking. So we went to so many areas, and it was a very good experience because we're also learning new things from these, from these people, and of course hearing their experiences that you're the first year, we've never had such a workshop, or, it's a very nice thing. And from there, many artists picked up along the way, started their solo careers, and they, I can say they're doing well now, and they have also impacted more lives. So then from along the way, 2013, we started, the hip hop boot camp. And the boot camp was different from these other
workshops.
These regional workshops. They were for someone that we see has outlived the regional workshops. Someone who has outlived, someone who has performed well, someone who is more focused. These other ones were for everyone who wanted to attend. But then we're like, okay, so the boot camp, let the boot camp be for that person who really wants to pursue music, who wants to pursue art, who wants to take it on seriously. So that's why there was a different criteria for someone to get in the in the boot camp. So, and we ran that. It ran from 2013 to now this year 2021, we're at Lunkulu Island. But the purpose of this training was, first of all, to for the artists to network, learn from each other, learn fast, get first-hand information from industry players. That's why we have different people who come and teach in different, different things like, music and music and online, digital marketing, songwriting, creative process, live and studio performance preparations, things you have to do before you hit, hit the stage. You hit the stage, you hit the studio. People who have experienced, so they come and share. We also have case studies, and these are people from different genres, not just hip hop music. Because
to come and share this
because there is knowledge that is general that you should have it. So, and reason why we bring all those things, because we felt that you need more than just a good song to make it up there. You need more than just
because
a good
you can
song.
have a good song, and if you don't have all these elements and facets together, then you are still going to fail. We've seen people who have very good songs and then they come one-hit wonders, disappear, and they don't know what to do.
And of course, through the submissions we receive at Bayimba, we realize that some people, lack like some people need guidance to write, to write profiles, like a press kit. Like to organize their
what you are giving out to the public.
Because you find that someone tells you that they want to be programmed. When you ask them to send their information, you find that they don't have good photographs. So these sound like minor things. A profile, photographs, contacts. But if you're not
small biography about who you are, how you rate your
they sound very simple,
yes,
but actually they are very, very important. Because when people keep submitting, that's when you see that this one needs guidance here, this one needs guidance here, this one needs to have professional photographs. You don't have to wait for a phone call to have professional photographs. You need to have them ready.
Every time I ask artists, I said, can you send for me a portrait photograph for this? And they says, then they run to the studio to go and take one.
And
but
you
they
find
should
that,
be there.
and you find it's not good. So organizing your press kit, having a professional, a good artistic profile that is updated, having the knowledge of how to use social media. This looks simple as well, that you have your phone, you have internet, but do you know how to engage?
What are you posting there?
And do you know how to engage people on social media? Do you know how to engage people? So we have different professionals that come and teach these things. They look very simple until you tell someone to apply. And then you start calling them, no, this photo is not good. No, this photo is, just send a portrait. Just do this. So we feel these are very important elements in someone's success. Putting yourself in order. And
in order for you to run music as a business and a sustainable business, you need to put all these things.
All things in order. If you want to apply to a live music festival, don't send music videos. You've heard that? I repeat it. If you're applying for a live music festival, why do you send music videos? They don't want music videos. So all these are preps that we take them through. That if you want to apply anywhere, first do a background check. Of where you're applying. How long have they been there? What do they do? What do they consider? All those things, and put them together and send the application. So all these sound like very, very simple because someone has a phone, they have the music, but organizing and studying the event you're sending to, what do they want?
And of course, you don't need to use your cousin to do this thing. Some of us want to use our cousins or our judges to do this thing, but you need a professional person to do that. We're going to take a moment to just look at the video of the workshops, and I've seen some videos from Sylvester there, to just see what do they really mean by this thing. And if you're an artist there, send us your kisses and disses coming. If you have a question for Sylvester, please drop it in there. We've got about 5-10 minutes to end the show, and we would want you to basically talk to us or to hear from you. Let's check this video out. We're going to sample a couple of videos from the workshops just to tell you or to show you what this really is and how it is important for you to be part of it.
compare, remember ale the rules, mini idi kuku jumping kama kangaroo. In the game jina langu ni babu, takusambua kwa mazishi watakuimbia tarabu. Wanadamu takukula kama chapu, chacho mini tabu survivor. Leta kisu taleta saba coast. My story be told in a few days. We ain't equal, we can never be the same. I'm the major key, fame has a price, I won't pay the fee. Dunondese Lugambo balite banjagaliza kati basebelengalinye katunti ngava zola bomulambo tinamu mukagazale yomunana mama kaba tukabatiza tone tondo kuchenyirwe na soka okunava bamuchekata basomeza nkozesa music okubulira yogede bitufo sigale yala bachamu ewafe bebakulira kandi sobu yimba inspirational batazi nakajaga studio nebezibe gwanga tebabiwulira ndobazi yava mu kirembo.
Songwriters and their publishers. What's the relationship between songwriters, their publishers? What's the relationship between artists and the record label?
Guys in the camp were really excited about the session. They were eager to learn because we're learning about the role of PR and branding for a hip-hop artist. It was quite interesting to hear their stories, where they're coming from, and I shared with them what branding is and why they need to brand, to know who they are, to know their values.
We've been looking at this topic, personal development. And the whole idea about personal development is someone to realize as early as possible the kind of person he wants to be, the kind of profession he wants to take, which professional line do you want to pursue, and in that particular professional line, what is your goal?
Can you doing now? There are so many things to accomplish. Some are way after the boot camp, you know. Yeah. So we first of all, the first thing is the moment they get here, the network is created. They have known each other. Some have known each other on Facebook, you know, on Twitter, on Instagram, and now they are meeting each other for the first time, you know. So it's really a great feeling. So after here, we expect them to keep in touch. That's why we have a Facebook page and a Facebook group for former, you know, boot campers, you know, if I may use that word.
You know, meet new people, network, you know, record music, do collaboration.
I was invited for the Hip Hop Bootcamp 2018, and I came as a beat maker, basically. I linked up with a team, 2 teams actually, and we made some beats. And we are at the Hip Hop Bootcamp 2018. We're trying to craft some hip hop beats, and I got my team here with me. Yeah, I got my man Gray Hair right there, and his team. We are coming up with an instrumental from scratch. Yeah, and we already have a concept for it, and I'm quite confident that these gentlemen are going to pull it off. I appreciate what the Hip Hop Bootcamp is.
Wow, Sylvester, let's talk about the multilingual. I mean, this is really a very great piece of work. You've talked about multilingual, and we've seen a girl there singing in Lutoro. That's the first time I've never heard of a rapper in Lutoro, in that language. So yeah,
no, I know. Actually, she was rapping in no, that's
Runyoro.
That's Runyoro.
Runyoro, yes,
that's
yes,
Runyoro,
yes.
Yeah, but it being a multilingual platform, it has also introduced us to, you know, languages, more and more languages, because it's an expression of culture. So people come with, you know, different languages. For example, like the first time I had Kumam. Do you know that there's a language called Kumam?
Kumam, yes, yes.
Kumam,
yes,
but
it's between Teso and Animal, yes, yes.
But it's a tribe of, like they have a small population.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So that was the first time I was like, wow, what language is this? And she said there were two guys, they were Kumam.
Yes.
And they featured on the 2015 album.
Yes.
And it was sounding so nice that you're forced to ask what language it is, you know, and it sounds so nice. Then there are some languages, you know them, but you've never had someone, you know, use them in a song as an expression, you know, like Lugisu, you know, like Kejong, and so many others. Yes, others who've gone up listening to them, but we've never had someone, you know, using them in a rap song. So it has been an eye-opener even for us as organizers. You know, listening to different, expressions in various languages. So we welcome everyone, to express themselves freely. And Faisal Chwewa, the director of Bayimba, the first time he had Big Ben, one of the participants in the 2013 boot camp. He had him rap in Lugisu, and he thought it was a language from South Africa, like one of those languages from South Africa. Like it was sounding so nice. It was like, wow, what language is this? Is this from South Africa? So that's how it is. It has been an interesting journey as well. That we're discovering these languages. We know them, but we know it's a different way when someone uses it in a song as an expression. It's a very good feeling.
Wow. I mean, I want to take a moment and just before we close to just play another video right there, and so that we can see what happened in the boot camp. I've seen some videos of a lady rapping right there. Let's get into that video, and of course we're talking to Sylvester. We'll be right back after this, and after this we will definitely talk about your comments if there are any, and of course how you can get through to be part of the workshop that Sylvester is talking about and how important it is for your musical career as an artist.
If you can't handle the pressure, then you're a freedom. Mukuzarwa nkakirotera ngo bandafoka rapa kukura nkuzire mama na yenda mfoke dokita kusoma mazire emirimo eyangire kokomayira Uganda yaitwe n'umwana ntoize buri hamu kyonka kunyambale mere baba hekwasama no kubaze bitalimo ngwiwe zara abandi nguswerwa kyonka ntaikale hasi kutunira omusanani kugwandumbire hasi teira marap abantu bagasimire ngugondi mu boot camp kambobere ha flow mwane no survival hip hop kanjo nabingi kena kuno
Mama banji bato borembera je bayitamu osange yalyo mweru adugaranga ntamu anti buli lukedde embize zimuyitamu omwami akoma wewaka ngatamidde entalo n'ennyombo ngakwotadde mama towanika sigala ngotoba woli siwa biwetuusaako munakutatoba ebizibu okujja byangu ogenda bisoba olugendo lwoliko lulimu okukoowa wadde oyisibwa ng'omuzibe ojja kuwangula mukama teyeerabira babe ekiba kibe olina emikono amaaso toli muzibe mu byokulembeza mukama goba okulembeza yanguwa jangu gyali anakuwummuza nze Zion.
House boot camp. It's the dawn of the ball. Get your pangas, get your tools, we can't wait anymore. The streets hungry cause these niggas couldn't leave it alone. Believe it or not, it's no set for you anymore. Raising up like no the others kinda got me on top. Thinking of top, my Grammy taught me never to stop. I can't paint my own picture when I can't get a crop. I'ma rhyme till it drop, that's the legacy prop. Monza shanda nyama when shina. Reba shina. Kana huma shina, hukasa shina, wakana shina. Mbonde don't brava shade, kama ya kashin zira. Ngo barahoninga kumishebebe temane hose bakana humanya nandu mwene mbide de yena ngoda de yena mbabo wikosasa linda honde witani kana ngoma kwanzoli duwate mbawe sinza kana umanya okay I came my soul conquered I never went to sleep I'm getting this kind of feel like I'm paying whatever bills this ambition so priceless I can Black MC my culture Arua Town represent the voice for the people Baradiandra jodi bako drozwa onreti bobia mukose makuniri mojwa bazinze koka laku karile swanzi piedra kozwa le kwa paraka twaza zambaru ibalio guruba miriti klibuletia kani nyoko gunyane buplilia baji myombetia njita kwa risurwa jwa ata tedwa gata mida data
That means Zata, I'm the one representing the voice for my people. Moruko hip hop, ni beria meje chonga viku mizia dungu. Ifu Maria koyo maturata. Ha, aso babo basi maganga gata. Surumbeto viku inga mupere ngwati.
Wow, well, you're listening to, of course, the sound coming from the, the boot camp. Sylvester, we even have a Luma Saba rapper. We have a man rapping from in Kakwa, and then there's one rapping in Lugbar. Yeah. I mean, these are languages, and they sound different. I mean, I almost thought that the boy was rapping in Luma Saba. He's actually rapping he's an American rapper. It's starting to sound like American. And until when you said it, that's when I paid attention to it. Let's talk about this.
But it shows that we know these languages by names.
Yes,
we know them by names. That okay, the Wagisu speak Lugisu. So we know the language by names, but not by sound.
Yes.
So that's why when they are put in these songs as expression, they sound like something new. And they are very rich. They are very rich. The fact that someone listens and then he asks, what language this is, it means, he's really interested. So yeah, that's, I mean, we're over 52 tribes, in Uganda. So it means those are over 52 languages spoken, So there's so much. We are rich in culture, we're rich in languages. And you find that when you fuse or you make use of these languages, you speak to the person that is down there, in the village down there, and you reach out to so many people. So making it bilingual, because we didn't want to like restrict people. So that's why you find that some songs have English there, some have Swahili. Some are Ugandan, but they grew up in Swahili-speaking communities, and they feel easier to express themselves in Swahili. So we make it easier for everyone to come. So there is no bar that limits a certain language for not being part of it. And I think I want to talk about was the collaborative sessions, collaborative writing, and collaborations. It's one of the the sessions that we've had at the boot camp. And reason why this session came up is that artists always like to collaborate. That, can I have a collabo with you? Let's do a collabo. And what the person thinks about first is writing a song and going to the studio, not the life after. And I told the artist that first you need to organize yourself. And them being there, like at the boot camp, we're always there for 2 weeks. So you're recording music together, you're featuring on the songs together. It means you need to understand collaboration, that you're bringing a percentage and the other person is bringing a percentage. So after the collaboration, and this is the reason why most artists, like the big artists, turn down people who ask for collaborations, is because they think about only contributing the lyrics. Everyone is going to contribute the lyrics. What's more than that? Draw your plan. Either finance the video. I mean, make that big artist, persuade him to get on the track with you. Apart from you being good, he's also good. You're all good. So what's beyond that? Share your network. That, hey, I have a network of DJs. I have, a network of radio presenters. I can finance the video, So make him interested being on the track. Because if you're saying you're writing, he's writing, it's just not enough. So, but these are things that artists don't take into.
What value are you adding?
What value are you adding besides your lyrics? Because he's also providing lyrics. So what value are you adding? So artists don't normally think about value addition. And when they are turned down for a collaboration, they get pissed. They're like, asking for a collabo, he didn't accept. But did you look into the things that can persuade him? What value addition beyond the lyrics? Because he's also going to contribute lyrics. But since you want him on the track and he has a bigger name, then it means you have to contribute more than your lyrics. You understand? Pay for studio time. Pay for his transportation to there. If you remember how Peter Miles used to do the collaboration he had, he made the artists comfortable. To those Jamaican guys to get on the track with him.
Yes.
They were very comfortable. The convenience and all those things, all those things. So those are very important. And as I said earlier, that we have all these things there at the camp to show artists that you don't put so much focus on only the song.
Yeah.
You know, look into your network, look into your friends, look into you know your organization, how organized you are. You know how the preparation, you know, even before the song comes out. So all these are important, and they should be put into consideration for you to have a firm ground. Yeah.
And just as we wind up, Sylvester, I just want to ask you to say, how does one get into the boot camp or to the workshop to get there? If I am an artist or a creative artist, I don't know, how do I get to this? And then what is the process of qualification? How does one get there? I'm watching you from, you know, deep down in Nakapiripiri,
Chana
Mukaka, or wherever, I don't know, or in a village somewhere, you know, Yam, I don't know. How do I get there?
First, the boot camp is annually organized at Lunkulu Island. Before, it was held in various, you know, various regions of Uganda. We used to have it organized in various regions of Uganda until when Baimba acquired the island. We felt that it's a very conducive environment. I think you've been there. It gives you a peace of mind, and when you get there, even you know, like, you limit the distractions because you can't easily come. I mean, you can't easily come and go. You know, there is already a barrier that we're surrounded by water. So meaning that it's not easy for people to take you away. Like, I've seen some workshops that are held in Kampala. Artists normally move out. A phone rings and an artist moves out of the workshop. It happens so many times. So at the camp, there is time to concentrate because you're surrounded by water. So you come there knowing that you're going to be there for 2 weeks. So, and of course, before I forget, it's supported by Africalia. I'd like to thank Africalia for supporting it. And you know, locally implemented by Baimba. So well, this year has ended, but of course it has been very, very challenging. The initial date for this year was in Feb. We're not able to hold it. But next year, in case we are to have it next year, please, the call will be put out, and of course the criteria that you need to, you know, follow to be selected. You can visit our Facebook page, Youth and Hip Hop Uganda. Like it, follow it in case there's an update. Surely you'll be the first to know. Instagram, Youth and Hip Hop Uganda, at Youth and Hip Hop Uganda. No, it's at Youth Hip Hop Uganda. That's Instagram. There's no and, one word. At Youth Hip Hop Uganda. Then YouTube, youtube.com/Youth Hip Hop Uganda. So follow those, and of course Baimba pages as well. Because if there's a call, we always spread it to all our pages. So like them, follow them. You'll be the first to know when the call comes out. And of course, you'll be given time to prepare for what you have to submit.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Sylvester, for coming. We've got to have to toast, you know, to this moment of the show, and to everyone. We're going to have to toast. We want to say thank you very much for being part of the show, Growing Bigger and Better. And to all of you guys who send us kisses and disses, thank you very much. We've seen some of them here. We'll not be able to read them, but next week we'll definitely read some of the comments. And we want to say thank you to Sylvester, and thank you to Baimba, and to all our viewers out there, to the sound crew, camera crew, and everyone here. We're signing out. Creative Industry Talk has come to an end. Edio Killer and Sylvester Kabombo. Until next week.
Sylvester Ne Abrams. This goes out to our fallen soldier Pitek, aka Paul Mwanda, and to all those people in the everyday struggle. Mulemereko. Yokolanga biganye, lemerako. Abatagaliza basuse, lemerako. Mumikiriza, lemerako. Tuli balumungo
lumungo wangudde lemerako byokolanga byesibye nnyo lemerako nga n'abatesi beetawula nnyo lemerako gumikiriza lemerako luli balumungo wangudde lemerako mu buli kintu wabeera wakufiriza abamusanyu kyokola bwe bakiyimiriza era atambula akwogerako nti takukkiriza oyo mugereko mpola yagala kuzikiriza wezimba buli kyogulirewo kimunyiza kasita otegedde bambi tomala budde anyiga ng'okulaakulana mwesaleko gwe tolekera okulana maanyi era omuyiteko kola bibyo teekayo omwoyo balinyuma ebyafaayo ovudde wala nnyo kati olinye amadaala era ofuna sente zikuyisa mu lunaku olya onyirira tokaaba nnaku sikugwe wekka aboogeddwako bangi kati tolekerera ssaala kubanga kyekijinji boogere nga bamala budde oliba ofunye siringi byokolanga biganye lemerako abataagaliza basusse lemerako gumikiriza lemerako luli balumungo wangudde lemerako byokolanga byesibye nnyo lemerako nga n'abatesi beetawula nnyo lemerako gumikiriza lemerako luli balumungo wangudde lemerako
C'est l'Alliance française.
Une fille m'a posé une question, pourquoi prendre le français alors que je lui parlais de la radio Bonjour Kampala. Oh, venez, 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 venez.
Venez apprendre le français.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Viens mon frère.
Venez.
Viens ma sœur, à l'Alliance française.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez, venez,
venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Les Français disent langue étrangère la plus largement appris après l'anglais. Les Français disent langue étrangère la plus largement appris
après l'anglais.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
La connaissance du français ouvre des portes des entreprises en France
comme à l'étranger.
Le français est la langue de la culture,
la langue internationale pour la cuisine,
la mode, les théâtres, les habitués, la danse et
l'architecture.
Le français est la langue de la culture, la langue internationale pour la cuisine, la mode, les théâtres, les habitués,
la danse et l'architecture.
Oh, oh,
oh, I love French.
Oh,
oh, I speak French.
Oh,
oh, I love French. Oh, I speak French.
I love French.
Oh,
I love
French.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak
French.
I love French.
Oh,
I love French.
I love French.
I speak French.
Oh,
I speak French.
I speak French.
Oh,
oh, I love French.
Oh,
I speak French. Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français.
Venez
à l'Alliance française.
Venez à Kamocha.
Venez apprendre le français. Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille. Venez
apprendre le français.
Venez mes amis.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Molière, c'est l'idiot Nambabi. En passant par Ayana Kampala. Pourquoi tu penses que les Français tirent la internationale?
Que tu sois fondé autour du four du plaisir. Dis-moi le bonheur en attendant et là, en pleine évolution. Apprendre les français.
Mes amis, venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
La langue française.
Venez
la langue de paix.
Français.
La langue de la courtoisie.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
La langue française.
Venez
la langue de la courtoisie. La langue de paix.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez dans la grande famille. Venez à l'Alliance française. Venez apprendre le français.
À l'Alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir. Venez mes amis.
Venez,
venez.
Venez à l'Alliance française.
Venez.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Everybody parlez français.
Parlez français.
Everybody bina moke. Bina moke. Bina moke.
Bina moke.
Everybody
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français.
Parlez français. Venez, venez.
Venez à parler français. Venez à l'alliance française.
Je vous invite à venir. Venez à parler français. À Kamochao.
Venez à l'alliance française.
À Bukoto Street.
Venez à parler français.
Venez, venez, venez.
Venez à l'alliance française.
Si tu veux parler français, viens à l'alliance.
Parler français.
Si tu veux parler.
Venez à l'alliance française.
Si tu veux entrer dans la famille, viens,
parler français.
Viens, viens, viens.
Venez à l'alliance française.
Take your place and have your way, Lord. All the glory and honor be unto you, Lord. It's such an honor just to worship you, Lord. Thank you for the life that you gave to me, Lord. I give you all the glory. Take all the glory, Lord. Maitele sutena dada. Thank you, Father. How could you all? How I love to say your name in this music full of harmony. It fills my heart with happiness to say your name. What a wonder, what a joy to be. I'll sing you to the world around me. My lips rejoice to say your name, say your name. And when I die, my heart will go on singing you. It will go on singing you. I'll sing it to the world around me. My lips rejoice to say your name, say your name. Even when I die, my heart will still go on singing you. It will 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 go on singing you. My God is indescribable. His name is hallowed in the firmament. He's the Passover lamb to space and time. My God is indescribable. His name is hallowed in the firmament. He's a Passover lamb to space and time. But from the pages of my heart, let my worship begin but never ends. Oh, from the pages of my heart, let my worship begin but never ends. To the God of our flesh, He's my God, and His name is Yahweh. His name is Yahweh. Yahweh. majesty revealed to all. Your love is so, so overwhelming. To your government there is no end. Your majesty revealed to all. Your love is so, so overwhelming. To your government there is no end. But from the pages of my heart, let my worship begin but never end. Oh, from the pages of my heart, let my worship begin but never ends. To the God of our flesh. From the pages of my heart, let my worship begin but never ends. Whoa. From the pages of my heart, let my worship begin but never ends. To the God of our flesh. He's my God, and His name is Yahweh. His name is Yahweh. Yahweh. It's my God, and His name is Yahweh. The God that never fails. Yahweh. Yahweh, Yahweh, His name is Yahweh, His name is Yahweh, Yahweh, oh, Yahweh, His name is Yahweh, yeah. He is my God, His name is Yahweh, His name is Yahweh, Adonai, Yahweh, the Lion and the Lamb, the covenant-keeping God. Your name is Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh. 'Cause I pledge my allegiance unto you, Holy Father. I pledge my allegiance unto you, Holy Father. As long as I live, I pledge my allegiance unto you, Holy Father. I pledge my allegiance unto you, Holy Father. Lord, I pledge my allegiance unto you, Holy Father. All I've come to say, Lord, see I know me, Lord. 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 Oh me, Lord. See I know me, Lord. See I know me, Lord. See I know me, Lord. Thank you, Father. Give you all the praise, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Father. Give you thanks, Jesus. Hello, my name is Matthew. Yeah, my name is Matthew 77. They call me Matthew 77. My name is Matthew Aiji. I am a worshiper, called and anointed by God into this office. And it's a pleasure always singing, worshiping God in my own way, in my own style. Because when I think of goodness and His faithfulness and all He's done, all I got to do is just to worship Him. I've got nothing more to do but just to lift my voice and worship to God. And today we're here to worship together. We're here to just give God glory together. I've been in this for years. I think since I grew up to know myself as a young boy, I started doing this for God, and He has never failed, I can tell you that. He never fails, He has never failed, and He will never fail. I proved Him faithful in all ways. He's always been there for me. Like the children of Israel, when they were faced with battles, God just told them, go ahead and just worship. You don't need to fight in this war. And that is exactly what happens to me. Anytime I find myself in the midst of a thing, all I do is lift up my voice and just say, God, thank you. So, we're going to go on a break. We'll come back briefly. Stay connected. Thank you. Yeah, welcome back. Welcome to Sunday Rise. We're here to inspire you and to be a blessing to you right there in your homes or wherever you're watching us from. Like I said earlier, my name is Matthew Aiji. They call me Matthew 77. Why Matthew 77? Some people ask. You know, the Bible says in Matthew chapter 7, verse 7, ask and ye shall receive. Seek and ye shall find. Knock and the door shall be opened. So there are ways people ask God things. And there is a way for Matthew, he asked God. Sometimes you ask in prayer, yeah. For me, I ask in worship and in praise. And I think it's the faster way for me. That is why I'm Matthew 7:7. And it's always a privilege to find myself in anybody's corner. Either in church, in their office, anywhere, doing this thing for God. I like singing, I like worshiping. It's my lifestyle. And it makes me happy, you know. Sometimes you look around and you find out that life seems so tough. But what do? There's a God that is able, He's faithful, and can do all things. This is Valentine's Day, people say, 14th of February. But on this faithful and glorious day, where some hearts are broken, some people are in tears right now because their calls are not being picked, that is a God that loves you. That is someone that cares much about you. And He wants you to just fall into His arms. He's God. He's the one that created you. Your creation to this earth was not by mistake. He has you at the point of His, at the front of His mind. People say at the back of His mind. No, He has you at the front of His mind before He brought you to this earth. And I want to let you know, just put your trust in Him. Love Him. Because when you love God, He makes things work out for you. He makes things work out for you. We're going to do a song together. We love you, Lord. We love you, Lord. I don't know who you love right now. Is it that boyfriend? Is that girlfriend? Is that all that you love? It's when you love God first, then every other thing will fall in place. He said the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. Whether you're a Christian, you're not a Christian, that is God in everything we do. When you fear him, that's the beginning of wisdom. And he gives you wisdom to now choose right in everything you do, in your career, in your life, everything. So join me as we do this song. We know it. We love you, Lord. We adore you, Lord. We lay our lives before your throne. We love you, Lord. We adore you, Lord. We lay our lives before your throne. There is none beside you, Lord. No other God but you. We lay our lives before your throne. There is none beside you, Lord. No other God but you. We lay our lives before your throne. We love you, Lord. I adore you, Lord. I lay my life before your throne. There's none beside you, Lord. No other God but you. We lay our lives before your throne. We lay our lives before your throne. If you watch God the way he created the heavens and the earth, he did it step by step. The next one is going to be one step at a time. You see, a lot of us young out there, people, youths, even the married, the people out there, they want to do things too much at the same time. The Bible is saying the first day God created the heavens and the earth. And like that, the second day, and he kept creating until he made you and me. Maybe why you are frustrated sometimes and you are so confused because you are not taking one step at a time. Learn to take one step at a time. Think and remember where God has brought you from and where he's taken you to at each time of your life. And you will know that you have either not failed it yet, because there is time and season attached to everything that we do here on earth. Maybe your time hasn't come. Maybe you are still just at the verge of entering into your time. But did you run away from it? Are you too in a hurry? I'm only human, 'cause I'm just a young man. Help me believe in what I should do and know that I am. Show me the stairway I have to climb, Lord, for my sake, just teach me to take one day at a time. One day at a time, sweet Jesus. That's all I'm asking from you. Lord, teach me today to do every day what I have to do. Yesterday's gone, sweet Jesus. And tomorrow may never be mine. Lord, help me today. Show me the way, one day at a time. One day at a time, sweet Jesus. That's all I'm asking from you. Lord, teach me today to do every day what I have to do. Yesterday's gone, sweet Jesus, and tomorrow may never be mine. Lord, help me today, show me the way, one day at a time. Do you remember when you walked among men? Lord Jesus, you know, if you're looking below, is what's now than then. Stealing and killing, violence and crime. But Lord, for my sake, just teach me to take one day at a time. One day at a time, sweet Jesus. That's all I'm asking from you. Lord, teach me today to do every day what I have to do. Yesterday's gone, sweet Jesus, and tomorrow may never be mine. Please help me today, show me the way, Lord, one day at a time. Yesterday's gone, sweet Jesus, and tomorrow may never be mine. Lord, help me today, please show me the way, one day at a time. Always put your trust in God. He will help you. Yesterday is gone. Don't look behind. It is gone and it don't deal. Today is here. What are you making out of your life? There is a God that can help you. Put your trust in Him, because He makes a way. You know, when you look around and you see that your mates are making things and you're like, okay, this one just bought a car, this one just did this one is growing, this one has just built his house and all that. Ask for the story. Don't just conclude on the glory of sin. The car someone has today, the Range Rover he has today, the Lamborghini he might have today, might become a taxi tomorrow when your own car will come to be, you know. You might have the latest. Why kill yourself before the time? Put your trust in God, people. In the midst of the pandemic where people are crying every day, thinking life is done. Hey guys, some people just died. Did you know that? Your life breathing. So it's good news. All you need to do is just always hold on to God, because He made a way. Don't know how, but He did it. Made a way. Standing here, just looking back on where we've come from, but holding on to faith we'll know best. Nothing can catch you by surprise. You got this figured out, and you're watching us now. You wrapped us in your arms and stepped in. It's everything we need, you supply. You got this in control, and now we know that you made our way. on the back way against the wall, and they look to see if it was over. You made our way, and you're standing here only because you made a way. When the backs were against the wall, and it looked see it was over, and you made our way. And we're standing here only because you made our way. Standing here, just looking back on where we've come from. Because of you and nothing we've done to deserve the love and mercy we've shown. Your grace was strong enough to pick us up, and you made our way. When the backs were against the wall, and it looked to save it all over, and you made our way. And we're standing here only because you made our way. 'Cause you move a mountain, you cause walls to fall with your power. Perform miracles, there is nothing that's impossible. And we're standing here only because you move mountains, you cause the world to fall with your power. You perform miracles, there is nothing that's impossible. And we're standing here only because you made, and we're standing here only because you made, and we're standing here only because you made. We're standing here only because you made our way. He's gonna make a way for you and you and you and you and you and you. I don't know who I'm talking to, but I know He's a way maker. He's a covenant-keeping God. He's a faithful God, you know. When He says, I'm going to do something, He does it. Maybe the problem is because you've not trusted Him enough. Put your trust in Him. The Bible said those that put their trust in God are like Mount Zion, that can never be moved. What is that thing that has been troubling you, keeping you down, you're low in the spirit? I got good news for you. God is going to make a way for you. I got good news for you. God is going to come through for you. I remember Peter, he toiled all through the night in the Bible and caught nothing. And Jesus showed forth and said, son, cast your net at the right-hand side. And that was it. The Bible says he caught a lot of net-breaking fish. God is about to show you where to cast your net. My fellow worshipers, my fellow singers, God is about to show you that song that will give you the breakthrough. You know, some of us are frustrated because we look around, we've sung in churches for years, we've been on stage for decades, yet the breakthrough has not come. He will make a way for you. Let Him be in front of you. Let Him be the Lord inside of you. Let Him be the one leading you. He will lead you aright. He will lead you aright. Put your trust in Him. I'll put you in front of my melody. You're all that matters. You're all that matters. I'll make room for two. You and I, Jesus, you're all that matters. You're all that matters. I'll put you in front of my destiny. You're all that matters. You are all that matters. I'll make room for two. You and I forever. You're all that matters. You're all that matters. Oh, way, oh, way. Oh, way, oh, way. Da 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 da. Oh, way, oh, way. You're all that matters. Oh, way, oh, way, way. You're all that matters. Oh, way, oh, way. You're all that matters. Oh, way, oh, way. You're all that matters. Let me just tell you a little thing about myself, and we continue the worship to another level. Listen, I came from a home, a family that you might look at like nothing. Sometimes I look at my parents and I'm like, okay, where is the future for us now? Because you look around and you don't find future anywhere around you. My dad happened to be alone. They gave back to him alone. So, you know, when you look around, you don't even find an uncle anywhere to say, okay, he's going to be the one to, maybe I have an uncle in the US, I have an auntie there and there, that I can make a call and they send some stuff to me. No, it was not there. There was just no reason to look at the future that is very bright. But God, knowing my heart, gave me a reason. And that reason was to trust Him. To put Him in front of my destiny. I lost my parents years back and I began life struggling myself, trying to do things, put stuff together. You might have the same story with me. I don't know. I'm just sharing my story. But life didn't end from there. I always find myself before heaven, lifting up my voice to Him. And God keeps telling me, son, I'm finished with you yet. There are a lot of things I want to do with your life. Just keep trusting me. Put me in front of your destiny. And I did. And He has been seeing me through. I remember the first time I sang was on a very big stage of thousands of people. I was a very young kid when I was 10 years old. And they put me in front of that crowd. And when I finished, my life never remained the same. And I keep doing this for God. Anytime I find myself in the time as a privilege to lift up my voice, sickness itself cannot even keep me down, because it's a passion, it's born in me, and I do it for years. And today I want to charge you, my fellow worshiper out there, that feel like, let me throw away the microphone. No. That is something at the end of the tunnel for you. Don't just give up. No shadow will light up, mountain you would climb up, coming after me. That's what He did for me. No wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. There's no shadow He didn't light up, mountain He didn't climb up, coming after me. No wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. He's coming after you, people. No wall you won't climb up, shadow you won't light up, coming after me. If He did that for me, no wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. 'Cause all the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God, oh, me down, fight still I'm found, leave the 99. I couldn't earn it, I don't deserve it, still you give yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Yeah. It's coming after you. No shadow you will light up, mountain you won't climb up, coming after me. No wall you won't kick down, lie you won't tear down, coming after me. No shadow you will light up, and mountain you won't climb up, coming after me. No, coming after me. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. It chases me down, fights till I'm overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. It chases me down, fights till I'm found, and leaves the 99. I couldn't earn it, I don't deserve it, still you give yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Chases me down, fights till I'm found, leaves the 99. I couldn't earn it, and I don't deserve it, still you give yourself away. I couldn't earn it, and I don't deserve it, still you give yourself away. Hey, I say I couldn't earn it, and I don't deserve it, still you give yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending love, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down and fights till I'm found, and leaves the 99. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it, still you give yourself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He left the 99 and is coming after you. 99 he left is coming after you. He wants to make you that thing that he has created you to be. That is what he's doing. That is why he's coming after you. Get off from that bed of depression. Get up. Are you in the Western world, wherever you are, where the corona has hit so much? Why are you still alive? Because he loves you. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. You see, that is the love that passes the love. Even your boyfriend would have told you today, hi, I love you. Maybe you didn't even have one that have said anything to you. Oh, the over. There's someone that loves you. Never-ending, reckless love of God. Oh, it chases me down, finds till I'm found, and leaves the 99. I couldn't earn it, you don't qualify, I don't deserve it, but he gave himself away. Oh, the overwhelming, never-ending, reckless love of God. I want you to know that all things are working together for your good today. It's intentional. It's never failing. That's the plan of God for you and you and you and you. I keep emphasizing on you because I know you out there, God has something much, much better for you than what you think your life is right now. Get up and let's do this together. Because all things are working for my good. It's intentional, never failing. All things are working for my good. It's intentional, never failing. All things are working for my good. It's intentional, never failing. All things are working for my good. It's intentional, never failing. Listen, say, I don't want it, God. It's working for me. It's working for me. It's working for me. 'Cause I don't want it, God. It's working for me. It's working for me, It's working for me. It's working for you. That I don't wanna worry, 'cause it's working for me. It's working for me. See, I don't wanna worry, 'cause it's working for me. It's working for me. It's working for me. I don't want you to worry. Don't worry. It's working for you. It's working for you. It's working for you. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 it's working for you. It will work for you. Just trust Him. He's faithful. I love you, Lord, for your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake till I lay my head, I will sing of the goodness of God. 'Cause all my life you have been faithful. 'Cause all my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice. You will lead me through the fire in darkest night. You are close like no other. I've known you as a father, known you as a friend. I have lived in the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. Let's do this together. Oh! sing of the goodness of God. I will sing of the goodness of God. For your goodness is running after me. Your goodness is running after me. Your goodness is running after me. Hayalabo shani baradoza milesotona tanejeda hale sukotuzeda. He's running after me. Your goodness is running after me. Yeah. Oh. But he's city to Tidera. He's running after me. Your goodness is running after me. Your goodness is running after. Running after. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing the goodness of God. When I think of the goodness of God and all He's done for me, my very soul loves singing all the time to Him. His goodness keeps running after us. I read a place in Revelation, I was shocked. The Bible says He stand at the door of our heart and knock. And I imagine after all He did for us at the cross, yet He's the one calling after us. Goodness is running after me. Take away fear, people. Remove fear from your mind, from your heart. Put faith. Faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not yet seen. He took away fear and gave you faith. Maybe why you are still there is because you feel He's a man that will help you. No. David said, I lift up my eyes to the hills from whence cometh my help. He said, my help comes from the Lord who makes the heavens and the earth. Is it not better to put your trust in the man that makes the heavens and the earth? Remove your hope from man. Remove your faith from man. Remove your trust from man. Put it on God. He's the one that can see you through. You unravel me with a melody. You surround me with a song of deliverance from my enemy. Till all my feet are gone. You unravel me with a melody. You surround me with a song of deliverance from my enemy. Till all my feet are gone. 'Cause I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. 'Cause I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. God. So I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. From my mother's womb, you have chosen me. You've anointed me to sing song of deliverance from my enemy, till all my fears are gone. God, I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. 'Cause I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. The fear of the unknown, the fear of tomorrow can be dangerous because it can keep you at the place. Put your trust in God. I've learned to put my trust in Him every day. I've learned to trust Him every day. He has taken away fear. I'm no longer a slave to fear. I'm no longer a slave to fear. I am a child of God. When you are a child of a president, you fear nothing. When you are a child of a king, you fear nothing. I'm a child. Yesu ndiwo, Yesu ndiwo zena. Pando nyakabamwe, kane kwese mugwe munda. Yesu ndiwo, ndiwo, Yesu ndiwo zena. Pando nyakabamwe, kane kwese mugwe munda. Yesu ndiwo, 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 Yesu ndiwo zena. Bando nyakamba mulwe, kane kweze mwe munda. That's for my Ugandan brothers. Hide yourself in God, people, and life will be good and sweet. Thank you, Father. Let's do this together as we try to round up. You've done so much for me, I cannot tell it all. If I have 10,000 tongues, it still wouldn't be enough. When you do, he'll come a little late. Narekelemo Chukumarobimo Easy candle. Everybody say, what shall I render to Jehovah? For he has done so very much for me. What shall I render to Jehovah? For he has done so very much for me. What shall I render For he has done so very much for me. Everybody lift your voice and say, Doro narai, narekele, narekele mo. Give it up, Jesus now. Narekele, narekele mo. Mamaka ye nare otuto ikukwa mano nyariwe kelemu o ezendeze Jehovah me chiku nare kelemu o nare kele. Lift your voice and give him glory na 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 nare kele na rekele ikosito mi palamonzi da de sheredo. Mani mini boru de nanache kushana da 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 pambe sitona na likibada bada bolo sudide pampurite mashula hanade yiye ala hosina nare kele mara nara 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 nana 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 nara nare kele mo nare kele. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Lift up your hands and your voice wherever you are. Just say, thank you, God. At least for the life that you're living, say, thank you, God. For the breath that you have, say, thank you, God. I love you, Jesus. Thank you, Father. I have one last word for you. I believe somewhere in the Bible, that is why you keep hearing me talking about the Bible. The Bible says, he that keepeth Israel never sleep nor slumbers. And that is the God that keeps you. He that keepeth Uganda, America, Australia, Germany, Nigeria, all part of the world, never sleeps nor slumbers. He's watching over you. He knows your end from the beginning. He already knows where you're going to end. He says, my thought for you are thought of good, not of evil. I'm going to give you an expected end. That is an expected end. That very end which you want to be. That's what God has programmed and positioned you to be. Before you were born, conceived, He knew. He knows. Why were you not aborted? Because He has a perfect plan for you. Just put your trust in Him. I'd like us to do this one in Uganda together one more time. Na sinza ne me yange na sinza erinyanyo na vunama kunamurondo yo na sinza erinyanyo na sinza me yange na sinza erinyanyo na vunama kunamurondo yo na sinza erinyanyo. Covenant keeping God, dependable God, reliable God, trustable God, who was and is to come, Lion and the Lamb. Yahweh. Only you can do what no man can do. I call you Yahweh, 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 Yahweh. Only you can change what no man can change. Thank you very much. God bless you. Stay connected always to God, for He has the answer and the key to your destiny. My name once again is Aiji Matthew. I'm a Nigerian, proud Nigerian. I always say that. And it's a pleasure to come your way through this great platform. Stay connected. You can follow me on my YouTube page at Matthew77 Music, or my Facebook page, Aiji Matthew 77. Remember, I first told you about the 77, so then on Instagram, Aiji Matthew, and just like that. It's a privilege to serve God. I love worshiping God, and I love Jesus. He means a lot to me. I don't know about you, but He means a lot to me. Thank you. God bless you. Just let's do this one together as we close. I'm deep in love with you, Abba Father. I'm deep in love with you, Lord. My heart, it beats for you, precious Jesus. I'm deep in love with you, Lord. If you're in love with Him, help me listen. I'm deep in love with you, Abba Father. I'm deep in love with you, Lord. My heart, it beats for you, precious Jesus. I'm deep in love with you, Lord. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus.
Welcome back from that break. My name is Eddie Okela, and this is the Creative Industry Talk, where we discussed everything about creativity in Uganda and beyond the borders. Of course, we will have to start from here, talking about the creative minds and talking about the things that affect the creative industry in Uganda. Today's topic is about the challenges of 2022 or 2022 challenges that faces the creative industry or the creative art scene in Uganda, the independent creative art scene in Uganda. We have those independents and we need them, like Faiza said, and they need to be part of the show and a part of the conversation going forward. Faiza, welcome back to the program. Yeah. We left at a point when we were talking about what do we refer to the independents, and you've talked about it. I want to ask you my second question, which is, now that government is actually opening up and we now know who the independents are, you know, is opening up the performing arts to operate? Do you actually think that you guys who are in the promotion of art, particularly the music, you know, the drama, and the what I would call the performing arts in general,
even the visual,
the visual arts in general, who are ready? Do you think you're ready to engage people once again after 2 years or 2.5 years of no activity brought about by COVID-19?
I think the advantage of the lockdown and the past 2 years has been like most of the creatives, whether they are independent or not, have been engaged in a process of creating content, and I'm curious to see what's going to come out of this now that we are free to start working. I'm sure everyone is going to be ready to prepare to present something that they've been working on. So I'm not really worried about if there is content. I think I'm very worried about who is going to present it, because most people have actually not maybe actually, have really moved on.
Yes.
I mean, they realized that they were chasing a dead horse, you know, and they were like, you know, we are not going to survive. 2 years of not working, even trying to mitigate the, you know, life. Now that they are, you know, they have started some jobs, you know, if you have a job that is 9 to 5, you're not going to start, you know, going for rehearsals or going to dance in a studio. And what are you going to eat if you go there? So I think my biggest worry is about who is going to be presenting the content, whether it's dance, whether it's theater, whether it's music, whether it's film. Okay, film is different, but I think there are certain art forms that are independent and they really need an effort for someone to be able to present it. And I think opening up without any support structure to help these people get back into the market, it's going to be really, really difficult. So for me, I think that's going to be the biggest challenge.
Okay, so when you say there are certain art form that needs really, really support and there's some that needs to, what are those, you know, can you highlight some of them that needs to?
Yes, I mean, when we are talking about like the independent art scene, we are talking about some of the independent artists I know, and they are the most challenged one are the contemporary dancers. The contemporary dancers, first of all, contemporary dance is very, very new to the industry, to the market here. And even when they have been working over the years, you know, dancers like, you know, Jonas, like Julius, like Oscar, have been really working hard to really cultivate their audiences. And they have been not really managing to get them, you know, to get them to fill up the auditoriums. And now that they are back, they need a lot of time. They need at least 6 to 8 months to prepare a production, and which means that now that they don't have money and they're opened up to start, they needed someone to, you know, or they needed some kind of like a support fund to get them to start so that they can be able to prepare their work to present it to the audiences.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what kind of support are we looking at here?
Money, of course. I mean, it's money. I don't think, you know, there's anything else. Maybe also space. Space is also an important thing because some of them need space. They might have time and they might have money to survive on where to stay, but they definitely need space to rehearse on.
Before I go to the next question, Faisal, I know you're talking about something very important and I know it's coming from a genuine point, but taking case in point in Uganda here where coming out and saying we need help in this kind of area has always been termed as opportunity for somebody to take advantage of you and to control the way you think, particularly from the artist's point of view, where you think. Artists in Uganda, because some of the musical artists ended up in politics, and so it has complicated the situation of help and money in Uganda, that now when we talk about it, the artist is seen and feared, particularly from the music point of view, and writers as these guys. We had not thought about the power they hold, the will, until they went into politics where they are not supposed to be. And now they're becoming more and more prominent in that space. So the traditional political operation and thinking and ideology, when an artist come out to say we need help, it's instead an opportunity for them to squeeze them more, and to say, hold this one here, give this one. How are we going to move forward?
I think it's a challenge on both ways. For me, I mean, there are people who are independent and they don't seek, you know, how do you call those envelopes? They don't seek, they don't go begging. You know, of course, there is another way of begging. Like we go to organizations, we go to foundations, we beg, yes, but this functional begging, whereby also the givers make it difficult for the people who are being given to feel like they are being supported genuinely. So for me, it will be very difficult to convince myself to go and ask government for support. It will be very, very difficult because I know the moment I do that, I would have made a choice. They will say, you chose a side. You get what I mean? I love my independency. I love to be neutral. I don't do politics. And I can't go for political money because it gives me a feeling of like I am not honest with myself and I'm not honest with the principles of my work, so I can't go there. Yet there are others who feel like they don't have a choice. They have to go for it. And you can't blame them because if there was a structure which could say like the government as a government, not the parties or the politics, but the government has the way it does for other institutions, that if you want money, you go to this institution. And that money, you apply for it. If you are genuinely able to receive that money, you get it like anyone else. Yeah. But there isn't that structure. So they resort to shortcuts. And these shortcuts are not really sustainable as well.
Yeah, I would like to think that the structure is there, because we have a ministry of creative that is responsible.
Yeah, but it's not.
And then we also have another one, a duplication of that under the Presidential Roundtable Initiative to help the creative industry. It has a huge document which I read last time, and then whenever you try to look for the people who are actually really that you should look for in the creative industry, you can't seem to find who is responsible. One time I reached out to Amos Wekesa and I was saying, but Wekesa, you sit in this, committee. Can you please tell me who are the people representing the creative arts industry? Because there's a document. And Amos said, let me look around and see. Up to now, Amos has not yet given me who they are. But yet when you hear awards happening in Uganda, we had a recent award where award was organized in record time in the history of the world. Uganda has an award where it was organized
Let's
in
not
2
talk
months.
About our friend.
Yes.
He did a good job.
No. I'm talking about.
He did his best.
There was a group of people that came in to work with that artist. It's not an artist. Artist had their award, which was going to be given, but the effort was not him. It was. I would like to think that there was a group of people that came in to help artists. And also that was an initiative to say, as we're opening it up, we want to appreciate a certain group of people in the art industry. And the award was given out. My issue was not because the award was given out. My issue was that the artist actually seems to have been squeezed. When the award came in, they couldn't even think about the process of sustaining the big award. So you see, that's what I'm saying. They squeeze them out, and yet you're saying there are structures. And I would like to think the structures are there, because the Ministry of Creative, there's a Ministry of Culture, Creativity, and I think whatever we're calling it, gender and something. Yes. But then there's a roundtable initiative. Presidential Roundtable Initiative on the creative arts industry, where they're actually saying we need to start regulating this industry. So that structure exists. But is it genuine?
No, I think the challenge, as we say, the challenge with our politics, and I will not say the challenge with our ministry or whatever, it's all politics. And I think there hasn't been a genuine effort to make to have a vision that everyone is contributing to. And that's really the biggest problem. You cannot start putting up round tables and whatever when you don't know what they are going to do. And I've had this conversation with the commissioners, and I told them, what this country needs is to hold some of these processes, because you're spending money, but you're not really understanding what you're spending money on. Let us first hold and see what do we need as a country. Give ourselves a year and assess who is there. What does Faizo do? What do we spend all the money that we spend on? Why are we building Lunkulu? No one has ever come to ask, why are we building this area? But then when they see that, Faizo has bought this island and is trying to build a space, they also say, let's also go, let's find 10 acres in Mabida. Maybe we can put a building there and call it a film studio. No, that's not what this country needs. You need to sit together with all your stakeholders and identify the loopholes, the opportunities, the challenges, and then you can mitigate them together. It's all our country. And every investment that we are making, we are putting in money, you are putting in money. If we put it together and we know, if I'm spending 400 million, in 2018, I spent over 500 million on arts education. So if that money was redirected to go to the right people, and the ministry could also say, okay, we need to, for me, one of the biggest problems I find here, now that schools are open, is that we don't have arts teachers. And I've told these guys, we don't have arts teachers, and we have a whole curriculum that could help them to teach people to learn how to teach art in schools. And they are like, no, it has to go through the government. I understand. But what is your effort to make that happen? Because you know very well that kids are going to go back to school. They're going to be learning art as you're pushing it to be part of the curriculum. But there is no one who is able to teach that curriculum to the kids. So why don't we work together? We have the content, we have the curriculum, you have the people, the teachers that you have who don't know how to teach, then let's work together to teach them. And this effort is when someone has a settled mind, when someone has a very interested developmental kind of concept and a shared vision that I want to work with other stakeholders to take this place forward. So when we look at the independent artists, when we look at the supported social artists, when we look at all these business people who are doing it, everyone is doing everything on their own, including the government. So that's a very bad situation. And it's going to take a long time to get out of it. So what we have to do as a people, for me, I just do what I need to do, what I think is right to do. And I don't want to wait in that line waiting for them to wake up. No, I do what I'm supposed to do, and I work with those who are open-minded, and then we see where we can go. Then the rest who come along next time, they'll pick it up from there.
Wow. We're talking about the 2022 challenges for the independent, creative arts scene in Uganda, creative artist in Uganda. My name is Eddie Okela and Faizo Chiwewa, and this is the Creative Industry Talk. And of course, we want to hear from you. What are your views on what Faizo is talking about? What are your views on the stuff that we're talking about here? You can send us your comments either on Facebook or YouTube, on Twitter. We are live on YouTube at, of course, go to House of Talent TV studio, and please subscribe, share, far and wide if you're a creative mind. And of course, we are live on Facebook, House of Talent Uganda. Go there, send us your kisses and disses. Tell us what you want to hear, what you want to hear from us, and also your views, because you have views. You're a creative mind, you have views, or you think you know somebody in the creative industry who is struggling, and they need help. You can share those views, and we can give you some tips here on how you can go about it. Now, before we go for a break, Faizo, I want to ask you my next question. You're talking about funding, and you talk about the president says we're going to open. The country is going to open come 21st, and everyone is looking forward to it. I've known artists who are already working on their art pieces. People are working on opening up for exhibitions. The visual arts sector is opening. I visited. Senson is busy with a lot of stuff. Senson, the whole gallery was about COVID-19 and mask. I said, hey, Senson, man, what's going on? He says, well, this is what we're selling at the time.
There's a lot.
And I said that I felt a bit hard that Senson, with all his creativity, was zeroed down to only thinking COVID, because that's all that was there. And I understand where Senson's coming from, because he has to survive. He has to do something around the situation surrounding the circumstances that are prevailing at the moment. Yes. But so when I went there, they said, no, we're now opening up, and I'm yet to visit Paulo Kiki or Juicy Art Gallery. These are the big top names in this industry who are totally not working. And I want to see what they're coming. So many of them are coming up with a lot of stuff that is going on. But my question to you is, Faizo, do you think there is enough funds to start to open up, first of all, for artists and from promoters like you and programmers like you need to tell us this, because you are in that space. And number two, are there any support funds for the independent arts industry?
I think, to be honest, there's not enough fund, because there's no, and I don't want to look out to the diaspora, where I say, okay, let's go to Europe and America to look for money. Those are extras. Those are really favors. Like when we get money from Europe or America, those people are doing us a favor, because they're giving us their taxpayers' money. Like we have our taxpayers' money here, and we decide to give it to these people who chase us off the road every day with sirens. What are they?
Police.
Those no, these guys with government cars.
Yes. The government workers.
So it shows.
Yes.
It shows where our choices are. We are not. I think for me, if if government was serious, and I really don't want to drill into what government does and what they don't do, but I think if they were serious, they would have said, okay, we're going to open up these guys, but how are we going to help them to kickstart their lives? Of course, they will say, oh no, but we had money from Gulu, we gave them money, every, group, or they had groups, associations, we gave them money. Yes, that money was given, but that was for helping them to go through the process that they are not working. But now they are starting to open up. Many people have their theaters or spaces You know, they are like the schools. They are all, deteriorating. They don't have space where to go. Some of the costume, the technical people, like I was talking to Rasby the other time, and he was saying me, all his cables are eaten up by, they are rusted.
Yes.
He has to invest a lot of money in revamping, cleaning, and setting up his system again.
Yes.
So how is he going to get money? How is he supported to be able to get back on his feet? I think they should have done that. The way they have done, to think about the schools and give them 1.5 million each school to start to invest as a seed money for COVID only. I don't know what else. I saw it on the news. I don't read that news that much, but I saw that they gave each school 1.5 for COVID, whatever. They should have also said that, the industry is open now. Who are there? Because what did the Americans do? What the Americans did is that when they realized, and they opened up like, not like us, I think it was after like 4 or 6 months, they set up a website, a government website, and they said that if you're a stage manager, if you're a DJ, if you're a programmer, if you're a dancer, the whole of Broadway, we say, okay, sign up here, give us your details. What do you do? How much were you earning? So that we can know. They get a rate. They're not going to give you all the money that you've been earning, but at least they have an idea of the range of your salary. And then they give you something to help you kickstart your new life or when you're opening up. So I think the funding, and I would like to focus on our own country here, how things are being looked at. We are seriously not being considered to be relevant. And I'm not saying we are the only ones, because I don't think the education industry sector is also considered. I don't think the infrastructure is considered. I don't think anything is considered here except security. So I really think we need to rethink how we support our people, because the whole reason why many kids are going out to work in other countries, and that's why we're going to have a lot of problems with the artists going back to stages, is because there is no hope for them. There's nothing for them. And someone rather goes to work in Dubai and earns 1 million a month than being here and hustling every day to walk from the National Theatre to the tax park. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the funding structure is not there. And if it's there, it's politicized. So it's not genuine. So if it's genuine, or if it should be genuine, then there has to be a plan that is going to be set up to help the people. We have to start to think for the people. We can't keep on doing this, We can't continue always doing things because out of, ad hoc. They call it ad hoc. Today there's a problem, you put money. It has to be thought through. And I think this is what we are going to be facing. So the independent art scene is going to suffer a bit till they get back on their feet. They have been suffering, and they're going to continue till their audiences are back, when people are already, settled in, because the minds are challenged. People are scared. Everyone is worried, like, should I go back to the theater? If I go back to the theater and then I take COVID back home, the artists, the programmers are like, where do I start? I have a festival now next month, but how am I going to finance that festival? Because if I call an artist today and I want to program you, they will tell me, okay, I'm coming, where's my 50%? I don't have that capital. So these are the things that we are starting to be challenged with, and it's going to go on and on till we get ourselves back together. And I think for those that will survive, will have had the audacity to take that step. And that's a very challenging and a bold move, that for us who are saying we are opening up, whatever it takes, we are going to go with it. It's a bold move.
Wow. Well, this is the Creative Industry Talk. You are watching Faizo Chiwewa there, talking about the 2022 challenges that faces, an independent creative mind, independent art scene in Uganda. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, Faizo and I will discuss the last question of the show, but also we'll be picking comments from you on Facebook, on Messenger, on Twitter, on YouTube, and we're going to sample some of them here. Please keep them coming, keep the kisses and disses coming. What are your thoughts when we're talking about the challenges of 2022 that faces the independent art scene in Uganda? Are you an independent artist in Uganda? You have challenges. How are you going to mitigate these challenges going forward now that the industry is opening up, for people to interact with their with the followers of the art in every art form in Uganda, in the creative space in Uganda. What do you have? Stay right there. We'll be right back after this break. This is the Creative Industry Talk. Who is Raskasozi and what is the meaning behind your name? If I'm watching the show from New York, from you know, Vancouver, or from Egypt, and I don't know you, or even from the northern part of Uganda, you know, from Barara, from Tungamu, from Kasese, I don't know you. Who are you? You know, and what are the values that define you as a person?
Basically, I'm an African. Like Ras, R-A-S to me is African. And then Kasozi is my indigenous name, meaning I'm from Ngabi clan. Yes, so I'm typical African. Yes, from the Kamwe Uganda, basically.
Yeah.
And
which part of Buganda? Oh, yes.
I come from Muduma. Yes, Muduma. That's the Pigi side.
Okay.
Yeah. So with the purpose of...
Is that the central part of Uganda?
Yes, central part of Uganda.
Yeah, please go on.
Yes, I'm coming from a central part of Uganda.
Yes.
Uganda, yes. And I have a purpose of living. I got an opportunity to know why I live. Business-wise, I make clothes, but why I'm on earth is I nurture possibilities.
Okay.
So my purpose is so much into supporting the youth, spreading the talent I have, teaching, yeah, through love, magnetic, sharing ideas, and also self-confidence.
Sylvester, let's talk about the multilingual. I mean, this is really a very great piece of work. You've talked about multilingual, and we've seen a girl there singing in Lutoro. That's the first time I've never heard of a rapper in Lutoro, in that language. So yeah.
No, I know. Actually, she was rapping in no, that's
Runyoro?
That's Runyoro.
Runyoro, yes,
That's
yes,
Runyoro,
yes.
Yeah, but it being a multilingual platform, it has also introduced us to, you know, languages, more and more languages, because it's an expression of culture. So people come with, you know, different languages. For example, like the first time I had Kumam. Do you know that there's a language called Kumam?
Kumam, yes, yes.
Kumam,
yes,
but
it's between Teso and Lango, yes, yes.
But it's a tribe of, like they have a small population.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So that was the first time I was like, wow, what language is this? And she said there were two guys, the Kumam.
Yes.
And they featured on the 2015 album.
Yes.
And it was sounding so nice that you're forced to ask what language it is, you know. And it sounds so nice. Then there are some languages, you know them, but you've never had someone, you know, use them in a song as an expression, you know, like Lugisu, you know, like Kejong, and so many others. Yes, others who've grown up listening to them, but we've never had someone, you know, using them in a rap song. So it has been an eye-opener even for us as organizers, you know, listening to different, you know, expressions in various languages. So we welcome everyone, you know, to express themselves freely. And Faisal Shwewa, the director of Baimba, the first time he had Big Ben, one of the participants in the 2013 boot camp. He had him rap in Lugisu, and he thought it was a language from South Africa, like one of those languages from South Africa. Like it was sounding so nice. It was like, wow, you know, what language is this? Is this from South Africa? You know, so that's how it is. It has been an interesting journey as well. That we're discovering these languages. We know them, but we know it's a different way when someone uses it in a song as an expression. It's a very good feeling.
Welcome back from the break. My name is Eddie Okila, and this is the Creative Industry Talk. Of course, in the studio we have Jude Sempeba. Jude, welcome back to the program. We are talking about the 2022 challenges that faces the independent creative mind in the heart on audiovisual. And of course, we're looking at the readiness of us in 2022. The events in Uganda has been, locked down for so long, and we are coming back. We want to know from you, Jude. First of all, a beautiful story you've told us right there. When we talk about, for example, the independent creative arts industry in Uganda or in audiovisual sector, what are we really referring, to? From the event supply, part, because normally people just talk. You find me having one speaker. I also call myself an event supply chain person, but I'm not. But so when we talk about this, what are we really referring to?
I can sum all that in just one word.
Yes.
Relevance. That's it.
I want you to break the relevance.
2022.
Yes.
Relevance. Mm-hmm. You have to be relevant. When our industry closed in March 2020, it was actually a crash. It crashed down. We had a couple of bookings, very many bookings. Remember, as I told you, 2019 had been a very beautiful year, and it was carrying itself over into 2020. As soon as COVID came in, everything crashed. We lost all our entire bookings, all the bookings. We had nothing happening. Warehouses were locked. It was termed as a dead stock from that point then. Then when they opened us up partially in July 2022, we actually thought that it was going to be the same script as we'd been working on before COVID. But we later realized that, actually things have changed. The clients who were supposed to call us are not calling back anymore. They're not calling us anymore. So it was about shedding skin. We realized as Legacy Productions that we had to shed skin so as to be able to fit into the new way of doing things. Mm-hmm. Actually, our biggest fight, our biggest fear, as we're walking through the 3 months of lockdown into when they opened up, was the entertainment, the audiovisual industry not being relevant anymore. Because there was this term of millennials. millennials are coming up with new ideas, the new normal, new way of doing things. You don't need to do any more conferencing with those big gadgets. You can do everything from your phone in the comfort of your home, so long as you have entertainment, so long as you have this small piece of equipment powered by internet. So, us getting back to be alive, we had to push things from the point of relevance. How relevant can we make ourselves as legacy productions to our clients? How our clientele being corporate, how are we supposed to come back and step back into their space with what we can talk to them that is music to their ears, as well as adding value to their brands and images?
Yes. Wow. Well, I mean, a lot of people don't think about this thing, Jude, when you're talking about, and when we talk about independent creatives, we're seeing the real meaning of it coming from you and what you've just explained. Jude, a quick one. Now that government is opening up, you know, the performance art, you know, to operate again and to start doing things, do you think that you guys in the audiovisual sector as the event supply chain are actually ready to engage after 2 years or 2.5 years? Are you ready to engage again to the public? Or do you need help?
Yes. When it comes to a bit of help,
yes.
Us in the audiovisual and events creative space,
yes,
there are two dimensions to this.
Yes.
Yeah, we have two types of clientele that we feed. Yeah. There's a clientele that is into purely entertainment, being happy, even being happy for no reason.
Yes.
Right now, everyone wants to be happy. Yeah. Even
Yes,
happy for no reason. The stress, the
Yeah.
COVID, we've been locked up, and all things like that. Everyone just wants to be happy.
Yeah.
But those happen at night, on the weekend, and all.
Yeah.
Then there is the beat of that is the entertainment beat, purely entertainment beat. You know, which you have to get creative for. Then there is the infotainment bit.
Yeah.
Infotainment is where someone wants to be happy for a reason. I go out there, I have my company, I need to put out this campaign, I need to launch this, I need to run this platform, I need to run this conference. That is infotainment, whereby there is relevance and a journal attached to my after production.
Yeah.
If I went for a concert, I mean, there's nothing much I can account for at the end of the concert.
Yeah.
Nothing much. But if it's a conference, there's a lot more to account for. So, are we ready to open up? Entertainment will open up. They will make the money. It's obvious. The whole world is craving for shows and all that happening. But most of those have been in limbo because of the lockdown situation.
Yes.
On the corporate side, which is infotainment, if you were wise enough to realize what is relevant to the corporate client, the corporate client has been active since July 2020.
True.
Post a little bit,
Yes.
during the second lockdown of 2021,
Which
that was
hit
around
hard, so hard.
which didn't even hit
Jude.
which didn't even hit so much.
Yes.
If you are into infotainment, trust me, legacy has been open ever since. So if you ask me a question, if we are ready to be open, well, we've been open. Because we've been serving our corporate clients who had that urge to be out there and be relevant on the global scene.
Yes.
The ones in entertainment, those doing the concerts and the being happies and all of that,
those supplying the churches.
Those can prepare themselves to open up. But on our side as Legacy Productions, looking from the point of relevance to our end clientele, we have been open and we only hope for things to get better.
Yes. On that note, Jude, I want to ask you a question.
Please.
Generally, you have been actually operating because you're fixed, like you said, relevance. You've spoken about it quite very clearly. Do you think the general industry, your industry, audiovisual, is actually ready to open up? Do you see that happening? Some people were hearing that the cables are eaten up by cockroaches and rats and they need to fly to China. and start all over again, and some have loans to start with. Where does that place us? I know that we've talked about Jude and legacy being very relevant because you are thinking creatively and you are thinking to open, and you've actually thought creatively to open up doors for businesses and continue being relevant during the time. What about the general picture of the industry as we draw near to the moment everybody is waiting for?
As we draw near to the moment when they're going to open up the entire economy, yes. I'd just like to let my colleagues in the industry know that a lot has changed.
Yes.
A lot has changed ever since. And I guess I've been seeing how things have been moving. The industry is quite very demanding, quite very, very, very demanding. You have to be creative. Creative, first of all, from the mental point, of things. Yeah. Thinking, there's a lot of thinking involved because you have to provide solutions. Yeah. Clients are now looking out for solutions. Not just you carrying equipment and bringing it to them to serve, to do whatever you want, but the equipment has to be able to answer a question. Yeah. It must be able to solve. A client needs to see value from something that you're going to provide them. Yeah. So in the new time that we're going in, it's a solution offering time. Okay. There's very little razzmatazz being demanded at the moment. Yeah. Razzmatazz, bright lights, yes. All of that. Very little razzmatazz being demanded at the moment. Yeah. People want to see numbers. Yeah. People want to see performance. Yeah. How have we performed? How has coming to Eddie for equipment, how has coming to Eddie to supply for our event benefited us? Yeah. How do we account for the entire bill? How do we account for the millions that we've paid Eddie to supply for our event? What have we benefited? There has to be that cost-benefit ratio. It has to be in very good balance. And trust me, the benefit has to override the costs. So as they're opening up this entire industry, the demand is you need to offer solutions to clients. Things have changed. Technology, there's new technology in place. You should have embraced new technology. You should have embraced the way in which business is being done now. Companies no longer want to spend that much money on taking flights to attend a conference in Dubai, conference in Australia, wherever. You can stay in your office, attend the conference, and actually participate. Yeah. You even make a presentation into that conference. Yeah. Those are the solutions that clients are now looking out for. If you're walking into 24th January, into the gates, the wide open gates of 24th January.
Which we have been crying for.
Which you've been crying for. You're walking straight into those gates are going to be very wide open. Yeah. But out there, it's a different ball game. Yes. It's a very different ball game. Wow. It takes on so much. But trust me, there are so many opportunities.
So Jude, if I may interact, so you're basically saying, much as we are being open, much as we are looking forward to this day, if we're going back to this day with the same mentality we had in 2019, that events is business as usual, basically, we're still not going to make it. That's what you're saying.
It will be hard. Yeah. It will be hard to make it. It will be hard to make it. Because when my brothers who are doing the concerts and all of that, people can imagine the inconvenience of walking into the stadium and all of that. We need to think of new solutions, new creative solutions.
True.
Online ticketing, e-ticketing, one-access passes, you know. I should be able to buy an online ticket. I watch the concert from the comfort of my home. Such a kind of thing. Though, yes, as humans, we love the experience, want to feel that heat, the thump, the steam. Yes. But this is a new generation that we're walking into, and we know that it is here to stay. Yeah. So if you don't embrace it, you may fall off the event production radar.
Wow. Well, you're hearing that coming up from Jude. Jude is, events supplier, is part of the supply chain of the events industry, the creative industry that provides audiovisual to corporate companies, to government, to people, to public people, to business to people. That's Jude. And of course, we're having him on the show today because we're talking about this new part of, the independent creative minds in the audiovisual industry? What is it that they have been doing? They have been saying they're in the lockdown for so long and now we're being open up. You know, are they ready to go? We needed to have somebody who can give us a perspective of what is going on in that space. And Jude is here to give us that. So we want you to subscribe, like, share far and wide. This is the House of Talent Television. Of course, my name is Eddie Okela. Jude, I want to have a couple of questions before we take another break here, please. And I want to start from a gentleman here who says, Eddie Okela, thank you very much for bringing Jude in. Jude is my OB. That guy, whatever he's talked about is true. Used to move with a Walkman on him and his brothers were the kings of Namilian College. And I'm happy to see him there. My question to Jude is, he's talking about thinking creatively, you know, going forward. But many of the people in the space are asking government to give them support. Jude is not asking government to give them support. Oh, he has already received. What is it that he can share with us? Well, I think Jude, you've shared something, but I think you can answer his question. He's basically saying that there have been a lot going on, and you're saying you're sharing, thinking creatively. In what ways should people continue to think creatively? He says he has a brother. I have a brother, a younger brother, who is inspired into that space, but he seems to be losing hope. He had bought some small equipment, got some loans here. The banks have been on our case. He's almost sold his land during the time. We're hoping that this time around we're not going to lose his home. Jude, what do you say to a man like this?
Yeah, that brother of mine talked of, he talked of maybe some funding coming in, receiving some money from the back. We didn't receive anything like that. Yes, we had some other people received it, but us, we didn't. But from our space as legacy, research and development. Research and development. Very many people can make it in this game, but they don't want to put in time. They don't want to burn the midnight oil. That midnight oil. Prep. Go out there. There's information everywhere. Information around anything you want to do. Because you know what? You're not the first one to think about it.
Yes.
Just like when you fall sick, you go to a hospital, it's not the first time the doctor is hearing about that. Even if it fails here locally, they'll push you to India. They have a solution for you. So that's it about creativeness and our industry. Think. Always take time to research. Look at the times that we're in. You always find a way out. And also, Rome wasn't built in a day. You can start from somewhere small. Legacy, we started off in a bar. I was a DJ. I had 2 speakers. But those 2 speakers can do a meeting. They can do a full day meeting. Add 2 more speakers, you can do a conference. And you get paid. So let that young person not think that you require heaps of money. Don't rush so fast to the bank. Save. Save as much as possible. And once you've started rolling off, plow back. Most of the money that you make, bring it back. Don't jump from one thing to another. Focus. Look, target for that bull's eye. That bull's eye. That's where the gold is. It's not targeted within a year or 2.
And that's why we fail a lot.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, 2003, 2020, I've been doing one thing.
I'm still doing one thing.
One thing. Yeah? So long as you have the love for it, because you know what? You're not pushed in the morning to go and do this job.
Yes.
It's a passion. It's a culture in you.
Yes.
You're not pushed. That's it. But if you want to buy speakers, then again you want to go and do a small butchery business, then you want to go into agriculture. You are splitting your opportunities. You're splitting your finances. Focus on this one thing. You can make it.
Wow.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
Wow. Jude, I have another question here before we take another break. Eddie Okela, thank you very much for the show. My name is James, and I'm watching this show from Germany. I am an audiovisual guy. I used to be in Uganda. I'm a Ugandan, but I left the country a few years ago to study, and I wanted to basically cross over because things became hard. I'm glad that in 2020, when the lockdown was coming, I just gotten my scholarship to come and study in Germany. I'm doing this at the moment, but my question to Jude is that my brothers in Uganda are not ready for this. Ugandans are a bit lazy and not think very much, or Africa in general. We don't want to think creatively, and yet we're very creative minds, we're very organized people. My question to Jude though is, Jude talks about we need to think creatively and we need to, but what about those who cannot get the kind of contract that Jude is getting today? What advice does Jude have for them to go forward? Well, I think that first of all, Jude, you're going to answer this question. To my brother James, you know, 2003 DJ, we have been with him at Stakeout. We know what he's talking about. And we know his style of playing and all that stuff. Leaping from 2003 to 2000,
about 2008.
2008 is when he's moving into doing something else. Look at that journey. Those are how many years? 5 years, right? So you also attract the people that are of your caliber when you grow to a certain degree. But I'll leave it up to you, George. Yes, he's saying that you shouldn't be, you are now serving big boys. You're hanging out with big boys. I don't know where this word came from, but
it's the in thing at the moment.
Yes. But to serve the big clients, Jude, how does that one get to that level? If I get James World, and if I'm not yet there, how do I build myself to get there? Looking at where you are right now, that's what he's asking about here.
Okay, there's a journey that you have to take.
Yes.
To get to that point.
Yeah.
If you don't take that journey and you want to take another route of shortcuts and what, you will definitely not get there. Number one, integrity. Be truthful. Deliver what you promise. Yeah. Number two, get yourself straight. Get yourself serious. I mean, you want to do this for a living, but you don't want to do things seriously. You want to survive on something, but you want to keep it briefcase. You won't make it. Set up a company. Register it. Face the taxman. No one loves a taxman. Face the taxman. Get that documentation. You've already cut out your niche. Understand your clientele. Understand your people. What do they need to get the best out of your services? That is what is going to add on the relevance on top of that. Add on the research and development. Think on their behalf. We really put in so much in research and development. Till when China closed the doors to us in January 2020. For the past 5 years, we take trips to China at the beginning of every year just to do research and development. They have the expos there. Information is everywhere. Come to 2022, they're opening up the doors. I want to assure Ugandans in the event space, the clientele base has tripled. Why has the base tripled? Every client now wants a good production. They want something standard. They want something international. They want something sparkling. They want something clean. They want something done ethically. So if someone is out there and they're wondering, how do you tap into this space? How do they... Just do what is right. You will tap onto the cake. The cake is thrice the size. Thank you.
Wow. Well, there's a creative industry talk. My name is Edio Killer. Jude Sempeba right there from Legacy Production Limited is talking from experience, not lying. And of course, we're going to take one or two of your questions before we go over. Jude, this is a very good one. Edio Killer, thank you very much for the show. I think this is the best creative industry talk, a platform that we actually have to express ourselves. My question though to Jude is, Jude has talked about us thinking and you know, and says that it is true what Jude is saying, that the space is widely open. I'm a DJ. Of course, I've struggled to get a job over the years until I realized that I need to focus into creating sound advert for people during the lockdown, and so I've been surviving on this. I'm not sure if I can go back to the club to play music.
That's great.
Yes,
That's
yes,
great.
yes.
That's
And already he's saying that I don't think I can go back to the club to play music because this has been able to feed me, but the industry is opening. My question to Jude Sempeba is, a lot of us talk very good about research and development, but in Uganda, you need some people to mentor you. Is Jude open to mentor some young people to show them the way to get to where he is? He's now on the top. He came from behind. He's been able to hold things up. My question also to him is, how is he able to stay afloat, yet others are going down like the big boys we used to know? I won't mention names.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm very open
Yeah.
to mentor anyone who wants a piece of the advice. But there's only one underlying condition: focus. Most people don't focus. You're talking to someone, do it this way. The moment they turn their back on you, they go back to their old school way of doing things. You can't make it, however much advice you give and however much you're counseled, you need to focus. Make your decision. If you've come to me for advice and you want to know about how this thing works, respect, give it the benefit of the years. Because I'm talking from a perspective of very many years back. So focus on that. Then you make it happen. About the big boys, you know, whatever is happening and all of that.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, everyone is still making some money.
Yeah.
Though some may not be as prominent as others at the moment.
Yeah.
But it was a matter also of, as I said before, the issue of shedding skin. Yeah. How do you shed skin and make sure that what I'm doing is relevant to what is supposed to be going on at the moment?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just shedding skin and yeah.
I actually have a question though, Jude. A lot of people are crashing in the audiovisual industry. A lot. I mean, the top guys, I know about 3 or 4 people who have shut down. Some of them left the country. Some have taken off back to Europe or to try and get cheyo because things were hard here. How have you been able to manage to stay afloat, Jude? The audiovisual section of the creative arts has been suffering, that's the fact. But how have you been able to manage to go afloat to get to where? I know you talk about some creative things, but I want to just know what is your staying power?
Okay. When we came out of the lockdown, the first lockdown in July 2020, everyone was confused. As the people in the events industry were confused, even our clients, the one who we serve, were very confused. No one knew which direction to take. So then we had to come in and guide the clientele on what has to be done so that they can stay relevant.
That's creative thinking.
That's creative thinking. Creative thinking. You need to get into the mind of your client. Become a part of them. Create an A-team. That A-team involves the service provider on one side and the client on the other side. Don't go to the client just to make money from them. That's not what, their goal is not just to give you money. There's something which they need from you. They need to get a winning point for their side also.
Yeah.
So go couple with your client, become a tag team. Don't think about the money, think about their goal. What do they want to achieve? Why have they come to you? They could have gone to anyone else.
Yes.
So have a winning edge over all your other competitors.
Yeah.
But bottom line is, create a tag team with your client. Offer them solutions and make their dreams come true. That is where you can be able to get this winning edge. The demands, of course, very many demands come with this.
Yeah.
Number one, you're going to have to pimp up your warehouse. Most of the equipment that we had way back before lockdown, some of it has been irrelevant. But now we have to bring in new equipment.
Yeah.
We have hybrid events coming, hybrid events happening. We have to enter filming and broadcast and standard broadcast. Those are all new ideas that you have to bring into your client.
Yes.
Offer something new. Once the client calls on you, don't bring your mentalities of before COVID.
Yes.
That ship left. It left the coast already.
Yeah.
Things changed. Think modern for them.
Yeah.
You will hang on to them and they'll come back to you and they will stay with you. Top of that, keep it coupled. Keep it coupled with the basics, which we talked about, the basics on the path. Integrity, deliver what you've promised, have straight books. Don't be a briefcase company. No one wants to deal with that anymore. Right now, things have changed. You've seen the URA systems in place all around us. Don't think that you're going to try and run away from URA and think you're going to make it. You won't make it because all the big boys with the money are running systems through government. So you have to come and work with the government structures so as also to be able to pick off a slice as your profit to feed your table.
Wow. Well, Jude, thank you very much, and thank you very much for watching the show. We're going to take another break, and when we come back, Jude and I are going to be closing the show with 3 questions about the industry, and of course, reading your comments, kisses and disses. Please go share this far and wide. Subscribe to House of Talent. We're live on Twitter, on YouTube, on Facebook, and of course on our website. You can be part of the family growing bigger and better. And to all the people in the diaspora, thank you very much. We honor you and we love you. And to all the people here at home, we thank you for being creative. Stay right there. Creative Industry Talk will be right back after this break.